Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Get out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. Yes, sir. Oh, man, my heart rate is up. My heart rate is up because we got a Sixers game tonight. Obviously, keeping our eyes on this Flyers game. Flyers started off really hot, and then it became a 2-1 game. I mean, this Carolina team looks really, really good. And then we got the Phillies on as well, but we are ready for this Philadelphia 76ers game. We are definitely intrigued about this series. This is going to be a dogfight. This is going to be one of those series where, you know, you get to see a throwback type of a series, if you will, where just both teams are going back and forth. I expect this to be sort of like a Pistons, like an old school Pistons versus like Chicago Bulls type of a series. I really do. It's going to be a bloodbath. I feel like that both teams are just going to be going at each other, and there's going to be some blood in this series. I really feel that way. Just the physicality, just the tenacity in this series is going to be unbelievable. And it all starts with Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid in this series is the big X factor for the Philadelphia 76ers. They played a heck of a series against the Boston Celtics. This New York Knicks team has a lot of length. They have a lot of athleticism to them. And they're a team that plays hard-nosed basketball. They have more bodies that can obviously do a better job at containing Joel Embiid. I don't know, though, how much they're going to be able to stop them. And that's the thing about this. I believe that this series is probably going to go to 6. And I have the Knicks as the better team in this series. But it would not shock me if this 76ers team does beat this New York Knicks team too. I have to sort of go on both perspectives here. I really do. But if you were to ask me, I feel like that the Knicks have the better talent. Just calling it what it is, I feel like that they have the better depth. But the 76ers have the best player. They have arguably 2 of the 3 top players, I would say, in this series. And I do give them a chance. Absolutely, I give them a chance in this series. If Joel Embiid is playing at an MVP level, this is going to go to 7. It is. It's going to go to 7. I think that they can steal game 1 tonight. I do. I think that they can steal game 1. 2 hours ago, I was feeling a little bit differently about that. But the more I let it rain on me, the more I let it sort of marinate, if you will, they could really come out here and just fire out of the gates, and it would not shock me. It would not shock me if they do end up winning this game and going up in the series 1-0. And actually, I'm sort of kind of convincing myself that could really happen. I do. I feel like I can believe in that. What I'm expecting from the 76ers team in this series is what I expected against the Boston Celtics series. Play a hard-fought series, go out there and play competitive basketball, and give it everything that you have. You should be the underdog. You should not be the favorite to win this. You shouldn't be. But keep it close, keep it competitive, and play with all your heart. That's my message. I want them to go out there and just give it everything that they have on the court. With the way that Tyrese Maxey was getting rebounds in that Game 7 against the Boston Celtics, he was getting tired of them grabbing those rebounds. He was. He was getting so tired of them grabbing those rebounds. Insane. And he gave it such a valiant effort out there. And I was really proud of him. I was really proud of Tyrese Maxey. It's his team. And he made such a big difference in that series against the Boston Celtics. He really did. He really did. Okay. Here is what we are going to do. Okay. I want to hear what your final score predictions are down below. I do. I want to hear what your final score predictions are down below. And I would also really like to know, how do you guys feel about this series? How do you feel about the Philadelphia 76ers in this series? Let me know down below, and I would love to hear what you guys have to say. I'm putting on YouTube TV over on the iPad, and I'm trying to figure out how to do this. But gosh, man, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson, to me, is going to have his role player step up in this series. If the New York Knicks are going to get this done, I feel like Jalen Brunson is going to struggle. I really, really do. I think that he's going to really struggle in this series, and he's going to have a good performance from guys like Josh Hart or Jose Alvarado. Their depth is going to have to help him, because I feel like that the 76ers are going to have a lot of attention on Jalen Brunson, especially to start off the first half. And if Brunson gets his teammates involved and they're hitting shots, then that's going to be a problem. And the Sixers are going to have to find a way to adjust. But I don't know. We'll just wait and see. We'll wait and see how things do look, because I'm very excited about this. I really am. And with that, we should be ready to get underway in just a few moments. All right, I would like to see how I can get multi-view up over here. Is there a way I can do that? Is there a way I can get multi-view? How do I get multi-view? Add? No. More? No. I don't know. I'll just have to wait. Okay. It is what it is. But anyhow, final score predictions. Let me know down below. We should be ready to get things started right now. We are 94 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subs. We got Lou in the chat. The Knicks got nothing against JoJo. I'm scared, but I'm excited, says B Blazin'. I'm going in here with the same mentality, chat. I am. And what do I mean by that? Well, I want the Philadelphia 76ers to win. Absolutely, I do. But I'm coming in with that same underdog mentality that I had in the last series. The Knicks, to me, have the better team. They have the better roster. But I could absolutely see the Philadelphia Phillies taking care of business. I do feel that way. I do think that that could absolutely happen. But I give the Sixers, I'll put it to you this way. I'm giving the 76ers a 45% chance of winning this series. And I think that that's nice. I do. What percentage would you have for the Philadelphia 76ers winning this series against the Knicks? I'm going 45. If Embiid is putting up an MVP type of a performance like he did in those last 3 games, I think that changes. But I say 45 because Boston didn't have the bigs like New York does. New York is going to have more length. They're going to have more athleticism. And the Phillies and the Sixers are on the road. But I also have to see how Joel looks, right? Like, I have to see how Joel Embiid looks. And that's what it ultimately is going to come down to as well. So that's what I got to say. Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, and Jalen Brunson are going to be in the starting lineup tonight for the New York Knicks. The 76ers have VJ Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, Kelly Oubre Jr., and Joel Embiid as well. All right, so we should be ready to get things started right now. Where are we? There we go. Okay. Sorry, I had the wrong Sixers-Knicks game up. But there we are. They're just introducing the starting lineups right now. All right, I would like to figure out this multi-view thing. I really would. How do I do multi-view? Multi-view on YouTube TV. Multi-view on the YouTube TV app. Access multi-view. When watching a program, press down on your remote to display multi-view. No, I want to do it on the iPad. All right, so they're in a break right now. Final score predictions down below. Jacob is also here. What's up, Jacob? How you doing, man? You just need 12 more wins. Just got to get to 12 more wins, man. Absolutely. We got to get 12 more wins, and we got to take it one game at a time. Got to take it one game at a time. I'd say 40% because of injury concerns. 40% sounds about right. Who else? What percentage would you give them? B Blazin says 60. Okay. I would go up to like maybe 55 if I knew that Joel Embiid was going to be, dominant and if I could trust his health. Well, right now, I don't. So that's why I give them 45 rather than a 50 or higher. So, all right, so we should be ready to get things started at Madison Square Garden. There's Karl Anthony Towns. There's Paul George. We are 94 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. 94 more. Let's go. The Knicks are in their white, blue, and orange uniforms, and the 76ers are in their blue and whites. Let's go. All right, so Joel Embiid and Karl Anthony Towns are going to go up over at the Knicks logo, and they will be having their jump ball. Eric Dalen is going to be the referee for tonight, along with Scott Foster, Courtney Kirkland, and Kevin Cutler. There's Scott Foster with the tip-off, and we should be ready to get things started. And we got to wait just one more second. There was a whistle that was called. Okay. There's Paul George. And there's the Knicks. Good stuff. All right, so here we go. Jump ball underway. Embiid's going to tip it, and he'll tip it again, and it goes into the hands of Tyrese Maxey. So the Sixers will get the ball to start off the fourth quarter. The Knicks will get it in the second and in the third. Maxey with a behind-the-back bounce pass that goes over to Embiid. And Embiid's going to get it back inside the three-point line. Now back inside, outside, over to Tyrese Maxey. And Maxey throws it into the backcourt. Embiid has to put up a prayer. That's up, and that's no good. And we have a shot clock violation that's called. Okay. So we are underway. Once again, the lineups for both teams. You got Paul George, Joel Embiid, Kelly Oubre Jr., Tyrese Maxey, and VJ Edgecombe. Did they just call a foul? Embiid put up a 38-foot shot. And then Tyrese Maxey had it on his hands, and I think that he actually tipped it and it may have hit the rim. Let's see again. Did that thing hit the rim? It did. Wow. Maxey was smart right there to just tip it over to the rim. They originally called shot clock violation. And then Maxey just got his own rebound. And the Sixers have possession. Now here's a shot that's up, and that's no good. And the Sixers get another offensive rebound, and there's a foul there on OG Anunoby. So now Edgecombe will inbound it over to Embiid. Embiid will give it back over to VJ. And he swings it towards the outside as Paul George has it. Sixers are going from left to right, by the way. George steps back for a two, tried to bank it on in. The ball goes out of bounds, and it'll be New York Knicks basketball. So the Sixers in 45 seconds could not score a bucket. And the 76ers have got to play defense. Okay. So here we go. Nice. That looks better. Here's a shot that's up, and that's no good. That was Kelly Oubre Jr., who just blocked Josh Hart over on the interior. Nice block there by Kelly. George gives it over to Tyrese Maxey, who tries to go for a two, and Maxey gets it denied by Josh Hart. Scrappy basketball so far. And the Knicks are going to be on the board first as Karl Anthony Towns is going to give it over to Mikal Bridges, and Mikal Bridges slams it on in. 2-0 New York. And the Sixers have yet to score. It's about over a minute and a half so far of play. Here's a shot by Edgecombe for the tie. That's up, and that's good. A baseline jump shot from VJ Edgecombe, and the Sixers able to tie it up at 2 apiece. Edgecombe made the 14-foot jumper right from the left baseline. Here's Towns giving it over to Josh Hart, who's being guarded by Tyrese Maxey. And it was Hart who tried to bounce pass it over to Karl Anthony Towns. It hit his foot, and the ball ended up going on out of bounds anyways. MVPs of the game, let me know down below. Come 10K, be sweet. Let's go. Benny's here. What's up, Benny? How you doing? Let's go. All right, hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well, folks. Let's go. All right, so here is Jalen Brunson over on the left elbow, steps back for two, and gives the New York Knicks the lead. It's not what you wanted there. Well, there we go. That shot was up, and it was no good. Build a multi-view. How do I build a multi-view? I can't just build one with the Philadelphia Phillies? That's weird. Interesting. 4-2 New York, and the ball goes on out of bounds, and it'll still be Sixers basketball. 4-2 start for the New York Knicks with 9:34 to go in the first quarter. Sixers will inbound it here. It'll be Tyrese Maxey looking to hand it off over to Paul George. A bounce pass that goes over to Embiid. Embiid taking on Karl Anthony Towns, who strips it, and Josh Hart gets the steal. And we have a foul called on Joel. It'll be a personal foul on Embiid. That'll be his first personal of the game. Final score predictions, let me know down below. Strawberry Girl's here. Grace is also here. Brian's here as well. Let's go. We got a nice little crowd tonight. Jeff also says, hello, everyone. Good matchup for the NBA playoffs. Absolutely, Jeff. Thank you so much for being on here. Let's go. Okay, 4-2 New York. As Karl Anthony Towns takes a three, and that one is good. And the Knicks have a 5-point lead. Towns thought that he could make it, and he did. And Embiid could not step up there. And Towns won the battle. George for a three on the other side. He thought that was good, and that one just went in and out. The New York Knicks have it over on the other side. Karl Anthony Towns looking to try to pass it over to somebody, and he can't hand it off to anyone right now. Towns tried to pass it to Jalen Brunson, and he threw it on out of bounds. Great defense by Philadelphia to just blitz him and cover everybody else. And so bad read there from Cat. Embiid gets double-teamed, zips it over to Edgecombe, one more to George, and George knocks down the tray. How about Joel Embiid passing out of that double-team, giving it over from the far baseline over to the near wing at the three-point line, and getting the hockey assist there. 7-5, Knicks lead it by 2, and George knocked down a huge 3 as well. Hart with a tray for New York. That's no good. Maxey grabs the rebound, jumped up over VJ Edgecombe, and got it right above him. It's Maxey who gets a screen from Embiid, decides not to use it. Instead, will pass it over to Edgecombe, who takes a three-pointer himself in the face of OG Anunoby, and it's good. 8-7, Edgecombe and George knocking down both threes from Philadelphia. And a good job there by the 76ers to capitalize. Towns looking to pass it. Nobody can get open again. Credit the Sixers defense. It'll be a handoff to Josh Hart, who's being guarded by Oubre. And Hart nearly threw it away. And Bridges has to go with a prayer inside. That's no good. Nobody was there except for Paul George to grab the rebound. Maxey on the pick and roll again. A handoff to Embiid. Embiid, jab step 2. That's no good. George was running away from the ball, and Anunoby came up with the rebound. Hart inside, going up for a tough 2. That's no good. And we have a whistle called. Who's the foul on? We'll see, but uh-oh, we have a Knicks player down. Oh, no. He's in a lot of pain. Kelly Oubre Jr. got called for a loose ball foul. And Karl Anthony Towns landed on his tailbone. And so did Josh Hart. But Towns is the one that was down in pain. Oh, no. Towns is going to walk it off, and he's going to go on over to the bench right now. That one had to hurt, for sure. 8-7, though. Philadelphia has the lead. All right, let me know how the Phillies game is going. I would really appreciate that. Let me know down below. All right, it's time to give people some shout-outs. Where are we tapping on in from tonight? Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. VJ Edgecombe, what a start for him. Flyers are still up 2-1 against the Carolina Hurricanes. We got that game up over on the iPad. Shannon is here. So many games going on. James, what's up, James? How you doing? Let's go. It's a good night for NBA playoffs, says Jeff, because it's raining in my area and enjoying the Sixers and the Knicks. Let's go. Steven's here. What's up, Steve? We got the other Steve. He says I'm from Roanoke. Tuning on in from Roanoke. We got Grace from Las Vegas. Let's go. Who else? Where else are we tapping on in from? Let me know down below. If you want to become a member, it is $2.99 a month. Drop those emotes. That's what you get when you become a member. We might give some away tonight. Let's go. All right, but we can't be name calling, man. I don't want to be name calling like that. The state of Illinois in the chats. Jeff from Illinois. Let's go. Erie, PA. JC Fitz. Let's go. Blazing, what's going on, my guy? Shout out to you. Harrisonburg. Flyers are on a power play. They lead it 2-1. Don't spoil the game for me. I had the game up on the iPad. I saw Couturier scored. And I saw that Drysdale scored too. Am I a member? No, you are not. You would have a star next to your name like B. Blazin does and Steve does. It is $2.99 a month. If you want to become a member, though, It is right here. Grace just dropped it, and I'm going to be dropping it too. Memberships. Sorry, I got it wrong. But if you want to become a member, you can. Steven from Boothwyn, shout out to you. Let's go. All right. Cheers, everybody. L'chaim. Let's go Sixers, and let's go Flyers. Keep me updated on the Phillies. Keep me updated on the Phillies. The last time I saw, they were up 1-0. We are 94 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. I'm so excited. Super, super excited. Deb, thank you so much for the sub. All right, Sixers got to play defense. The Knicks get the inbound pass. It's Karl Anthony Towns who gives it over to Jalen Brunson. Brunson for a 2. It's up. It's good. And he's fouled by VJ Edgecombe. Not really a good call there. I didn't really see a lot of contact, but VJ gets called for the shooting foul. Brunson got him on a move and then literally was right behind him, had his hands up in the air. Look, literally had his hands up in the air. And regardless, Jalen's going to go to the line. And the foul shot is good. 10-8 New York. Absolutely. We were going to talk about that during the next break, actually. But, yeah, I'm happy that you brought that up. Rest in peace to John Sterling, man. Rest in peace to him. Embiid over at the nail. Now takes it over towards the baseline, and he foul baits Karl Anthony Towns. And so JoJo able to bait him. Brunson made the and one, and so that made it 10-8. Sixers lineup, they got Paul George, they got Joel Hans Embiid, Kelly Oubre Jr., Tyrese Maxey, and VJ Edgecombe. The Knicks have Anunoby, Towns, Hart, Bridges, and Brunson. Embiid is going to go to the line. 6:55 to go in quarter number 1. Got a nice little crowd. First foul shot is up, and that's good. So that's, 2 fouls on Towns? And he, I believe, is going to come on out. I'm sure that Robinson's going to come back in. Yes, he is. 10-9. Sixers down by 1. The other thing that's intriguing to me is how is Nick Nurse going to manage the non-Embiid minutes? Foul shot number 2. Got it to go. Excellent. 10-10 is the score with 6:50 to go in the first. Brunson with a tray on the other side. That's no good. Embiid climbed up over Robinson to get that rebound. That was awesome. Joel Embiid grabbing rebounds. George off the three-point shot. Bingo! Paul George, him on, knocked down the tray. He's 2 for 3 from downtown, and he's looking like a star so far in this game. Here's Brunson with an alley-oop pass that goes to Mitchell Robinson. That's something that you're going to have to look out for on offense, or on defense for the Sixers. If you're Philadelphia, Embiid back to Maxey. Maxey swings it around the timeline. George to Edgecombe for a 3, and Edgecombe can't knock it down. He had the space. Good ball movement again by Philadelphia. Love that play call. Just not able to execute. Brunson foul line J, and the Knicks take the lead 14-13. They lead it by 1. It's a 14-13 game. Punt Levision is here. What's up, Punt? How you doing? Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Let's go. 14-13, New York up by 1. Embiid will drop a dime to Oubre in the dunker spot. It's good. Joel was over on that baseline, or actually right in the lane, I should say, and knew that Oubre was cutting backdoor to the basket and got it right through Mitchell Robinson, blindsided him, and the two was good. And Brunson on the other side gives the Knicks the lead, 9 points for Jalen Brunson, able to drop one inside in the teardrop. And now it's Maxey back over to Joel, operating on the foul line extended. Embiid, one jab step. Embiid, two jab steps. Goes up for a two over Robinson, and he's pushed and shoved to the ground. And he will go to the line for two more free throws. Robinson could not stop Joel there. And he was like, I'm going to try to hit you with a couple of pump fakes and a couple of jab steps as well. And he got him to buy into the foul. That's just the IQ that Joel Embiid has. Look at this footwork. He just got him right there, pump faked, two jab steps, got him to buy on in, and Robinson leaned right on into him, left his feet, and that's why Joel's at the line. Foul shot number one. Got it to go. We're tied. Miles McBride is going to come on in for Mikal Bridges. And how about Jordan Clarkson coming on in off the bench for OG Anunoby? So the Knicks decide to go with a small guard lineup here. We'll see how this works. Grimes will also come on in for Oubre as well. Mike Brown making some moves here. It's very close. Let's go. Here's the foul shot by Joel, and the Sixers have the lead again.
Excellent.
3 points for the big fella. Make it now 4. He's 0 for 3 from the field. He has 1 rebound and 1 dime as well. Brunson on the pick and roll is stopped in his tracks. Dumps it off to Deuce McBride. McBride comes and cuts over to the basket. They're going to wave the shot off, and they're going to call a foul on the floor on Quentin Grimes, the former New York Knick. They said that the foul was right before the layup that McBride took. Ring that bell all night long, baby. Let's go, Jeff. Let's go. Robinson gets the inbound pass, dumps it off to Brunson as the Knicks operate from right to left. Brunson for 2 in the face of Paul George. Nice little step-back jump shot from Jalen Brunson. And Paul George not able to stop him. Brunson has 11 points. He's 5 for 6 from the field. And here is a handoff that goes to Tyrese Maxey. Maxey at the foul line gives it back outside to Embiid. What's Joel going to do? He wants to ISO. He'll step back, take an elbow J, and knock it down as well. What incredible footwork by the big fella. And he's able to cash it on in. Hit it right in front of Robinson. Brunson, he's heated as well. He drops a 3 from the far wing, and he is feeling it. He has the Midas touch right now for the New York Knicks. He's been a one-man wrecking crew, scoring 2/3 exactly of their points. Embiid outside over to Maxey. Gives it back to Embiid. Embiid for 2. Good defense by Robinson. And the rebound belongs to Jalen Brunson. And so Grimes now staying on JB. And can he stay on him? Yes, he does. Fights through a screen. Gives it back to Deuce McBride for a 3. And McBride's able to cash it on in. There's Spike Lee and his New York hat rising over on the bench. Rising over on the sideline, I should say. It's a 5-point lead for the Knicks. 3:19 to go in the first quarter. And the Sixers will call for time. So it's a 24-19 lead for the New York Knicks. And Jalen Brunson has put up 14 of their 24 points so far. All right. I'm not mad. I'm not mad with how this team is playing. I'm really not. I'm happy that they've come out firing out of the gates. I think that they've been playing a very physical game so far. The shot making has been pretty good. But you're going to have to obviously adjust. Jalen Brunson is on fire. Jalen Brunson is also making some really tough shots right now. He's a good basketball player, and he's looking like he's the best guard out there so far. So we need to see more explosiveness from Tyrese, and I think that we'll see that as the game goes on. But Jalen Brunson can't be stopped. He has the Midas touch, as I said before. Joel, I think, has been playing very well. I just want to see Joel Embiid continue to get the centers into foul trouble. I really do. I am shocked that this small guard lineup is working for the Knicks. When you have Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson, Jordan Clarkson, and Deuce McBride out there, and Robinson as your center, well, the guards are making plays. And the Sixers defense just has not found a way to stop them. But we'll see how that continues. We'll see if New York shooters go cold. But I am feeling so far I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling fine so far. Where are you guys? Thank you so much, P. Blazin, for the gifted membership. Punt Television got it. Thank you so much. Memberships are $2.99 a month. So Punt Television, congratulations to you, and B. Blazin, you're an MVP. This game is back and forth. Let's go. Caleb's here. What's up, Caleb? Let's go. But he moves tectonic plates in the post. He does. Absolutely does. We got 41 likes so far. Hit that thumbs up button. Shout out to Caleb. Fist pump to you, my guy. Very, very good to see you on here. I do not like the Knicks. I hope that they lose his Paradise Lost. Man, I hope the Philadelphia 76ers take care of business, but I do have the Knicks winning this series. Just being realistic. But surprise me. They surprised me against the Celtics. They can definitely surprise me again. For sure. All right, the Flyers, by the way, still lead at 2-1. And the shot there was a little bit wide by Carolina, who, by the way, is on a power play with 5:25 to go in the second period. Flyers almost made a shot. Oh, good rebound by, what was that, Ristolainen? Oh, Couturier. I thought Couturier maybe was going to get a second goal. Nope. Nothing to it right there. Why does Maxey have 0 points? Because they're blitzing him. They are doing a good job blitzing Tyrese Maxey. They're making it really tough for him to get some space. And the Sixers' philosophy is just to give it to the big fella down low because he's getting Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns to foul him. So if it ain't broke, I wouldn't fix it. But Tyrese Maxey's not getting as many shot attempts. Hopefully that does go up as the game continues. But so far, I don't think the Sixers are playing bad. I don't think that they're playing bad so far. I think that they can definitely be a little bit better. But we'll see. George gets it over at the top of the key against OG Anunoby. Nice screen set by Embiid. George for two. He wanted the foul call there. Wasn't going to get it. And Jordan Clarkson gets the rebound. That should have been a foul. But now there is a foul over on the other side. And the clock will stop. And Spike Lee again clapping along. Clarkson, they got him at the deadline along with Jose Alvarado. That was a good move for them. Justin Edwards is in the game for Philadelphia. Robinson is going to go to the line. This is a guy who's not necessarily a good foul shooter. But 2:56 to go. Robinson, first free throw, way off the mark. And he cannot knock it down. We are now 94 subscribers away, chat, from getting to 10,000 subscribers. If you have not subscribed to the channel, make sure that you guys do that. Robinson at the line for one more. It's a line drive shot, and he goes 0 for 2. It's a donut at the line for Mitchell Robinson. George got the board for Philadelphia. Maxey to Embiid. Embiid, what a pass that was to Grimes. His three-point shot won't go. Joel made an incredible pass. It was a bounce pass right over to the far wing at the three-point line. Brunson has the rock and another whistle called. It's a personal take foul on Justin Edwards, and that'll stop the clock with exactly 2:40 to go in quarter number one. There's Karl Anthony Towns over on the sideline, 24-19, wondering when Mike Brown's going to bring him back on in, but Robinson will go back to the charity stripe, and he will shoot a couple more foul shots. Wonder if they're going to try to force him to just take free throws. Robinson's first foul shot, he misses another one. It was a line drive and it hit the rim. So now Mike Brown has to think to himself if that's going to be part of the strategy that the Sixers use. Why not? Kelly Oubre Jr. is going to come on in, and he will step in for Paul George. 2:40 to go in this first quarter of play. I kind of like this strategy. Foul shot number 2 from Robinson, and that one's no good again. Mitchell Robinson has missed his first 4 foul shots for the New York Knicks. Maxey gets it for the Sixers. Maxey lost the ball, but there is a foul called. Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson were over at the Knicks logo, and we have a whistle on New York. Deuce McBride was also there and just sort of slapped him, and that's why he's looking up at the Jumbotron. And so Miles McBride with a personal foul, and the Sixers are in the bonus, and Tyrese Maxey is going to head over to the line, and he will shoot a pair of free throws. First free throw from Tyrese, and that one razzles and dazzles on in. Yeah, I have the game on, Steve. I have the game on. 24-20. The Knicks lead it by 4. And Maxey at the line for one more. Can he make this one? He puts it up, and he gets that one to fall as well. 24-21.
Excellent.
2:25 to go in the first quarter. Brunson over to Anunoby for a 2, and somehow, someway, he banked it on in. That was an awkward-looking shot, but that one was good. It's back to a 5-point lead for the New York Knicks. He hit that really hard and still went on in. I don't know how. Oubre is defended by the New York Knicks, and the shot's up, and that's going to go on out of bounds. Oubre also defends the inbound pass, and the pass was up again, and that's going to go out on Kelly Oubre Jr. He full court pressed Jalen Brunson. Sixers will actually have the ball. It was last touched by Brunson, excuse me. And Embiid's going to inbound it, so the Sixers get a fresh 24. Oubre now over at the far nail, zips it inside to Embiid, and Joel is fouled. How incredible of a pass was that from Oubre over to Embiid? Just the way to describe it was that Jalen Brunson had all hands in Oubre's face, and he had to nail a strike Oubre over to Embiid and zip it right to him on the right side of the baseline. So from the left wing of the three-point line over towards that baseline, and Embiid was covered, and he had to throw it right into the pocket of Embiid's hands, and Embiid went up with a shot and got fouled by Ariel Huck-Porty, who was in there for the first time. Joel at the line. He'll shoot a couple of foul shots here. 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Joel, first foul shot. It's up and it's in. Let's go. My prediction is that this is going to go into overtime, 128 to 125. (27-22), New York up by 5, and Embiid gonna go to the line for one more, and the free throw by Joel is good. 7 points for number 21.
Excellent.
2 points for Oubre, 2 points for Maxey, and none so far from Edwards and Grimes. We have a little push-off there. They do not call it, the refs. Oubre got pushed to the ground. Brunson has the ball, spins around, turns around. There's the two. That's no good. Good rebound there by Oubre, and a great box out as well. Maxey gets it. Maxey with a drop-off pass inside over to Oubre, and it's denied by OG Anunoby, who volleyball tips it over to himself. Less than 90 seconds to go in the first quarter. Oubre's guarding Anunoby. Can he stay on him? No, he cannot. And Anunoby is going to get by him and make the easy layup. 29-23. Maxey and the Sixers, 5-on-4 offense. They'll try to zip it over to Oubre, and the ball ended up going on out of bounds. Tyrese Maxey only has one field goal attempt so far. Tyrese Maxey just not getting a lot of shots off. But Oubre, on the possession before that, got fouled. They didn't call it. The refs really are not doing a good job in this game so far. Oubre takes it over towards the foul line. Anunoby takes it over to the foul line. Edwards is guarding him, and Anunoby gets fouled by Justin Edwards. 50.7 seconds to go in this first quarter of play. Anunoby got him right on a pump fake, and Edwards making some mistakes there. And that's what the veteran's able to do. OG Anunoby has been stepping up. He has 6 points so far. And his first foul shot is up and in. And that'll make it 30-23. Paul George will step on in for Justin Edwards. He says, thank you very much. Sixers down by 7 points. George, Embiid, Oubre, Maxey, and Grimes are all out there. Anunoby averaged 21.5 points in the first round against Atlanta. Also 8.7 rebounds as well. Makes both foul shots. Oubre will inbound it over to Paul George. 45 seconds to go in this first quarter of play. A dump off to Embiid. What's Joel going to do? Gives it outside to Grimes. Grimes back to Embiid. And Embiid, can he lay it up and in? No. Great defense by Robinson. And an outlet pass that goes over to Deuce McBride as well. McBride on the left side of the elbow. McBride for two. It's up. And somehow, someway gets the friendly roll. Incredible defense. Just a friendly bounce there for McBride. Sixers down by 10. 20 seconds to go. There's about 1 second separating the shot clock from the game clock. MSG is getting loud. It's Tyrese Maxey again getting contained by McBride. Embiid sets a pick for him. Maxey over to Joel, but we have a foul called as Maxey passed it over to Embiid. And Robinson gets called again with another personal. That's his second one of the game. So 2 fouls on Robinson, 2 fouls on Towns as well, and 1 on Anunoby. 7.3 seconds left in this first quarter. Maxey is going to go to the line, and his first foul shot, he hits it. It's nothing but nets. Maxey only has 1 field goal attempt, but he's made all 3 of his foul shots in this first quarter so far. If you like what you hear, make sure that you hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. I do like an old school radio play-by-play style of a call, but obviously we love it when you guys get involved in the chat. Flyers and Canes are in their second intermission right now. 7.3 seconds to go in this first quarter of play. Maxey at the line, putting up his second free throw, and he gets the friendly bounce to fall. Excellent. Landry Shamet will inbound it over to Miles McBride. McBride's being guarded by Oubre. The ball is going to go on out of bounds, but it was also kicked by Kelly Oubre Jr. 1.7 seconds to go in this first quarter of action. Karl Anthony Towns will check back on in. Brunson is slow, but he moves tectonic plates in the post, says Caleb. Oh, man. Shamit's going to go on over to the sideline. And it'll be McBride who inbounds it for the New York Knicks. Deuce ready to inbound it. Who's he going to give it up to? It'll be the Jalen Brunson, and Brunson puts up a three-point shot, and that was no good. And we're going to go into quarter number 2. So it's an 8-point lead for the New York Knicks. 76ers down 33-25. Okay. And we go into the second quarter. Okay. I'm not mad. I am not mad. Look, okay. This is the very first quarter of the series. They're keeping it competitive. You're not going to win every quarter. Okay? There were a couple of possessions that you obviously would like to have back. It's a shame that Maxey only has one field goal attempt, but I do have to tip my cap, and I got to say that the Knicks are playing really solid defense on him. They're showing him so many different looks. Mikal Bridges and even OG Anunoby have been guarding him, but I do feel like that the 76ers are doing their job by getting the centers into foul trouble. I do. I feel like that has been part of the strategy of the first quarter. Now, the question to me becomes, how is Nick Nurse going to manage the minutes, the non-Embiid minutes? Do you go to a Dembona here? Do you go to Andre Drummond and try him out for a couple of minutes? You got to be willing to have a very quick leash. That's what you got to do. Because if the Knicks go on a run here, even if they score 4 points out of the gate, got to make another adjustment. You just do. You have to make another adjustment. And for you to manage the timeouts as well, that's going to be big as well. Each team already has used one timeout. But that's what I'm going to be looking for. How do they manage the non-Joel Embiid minutes? How many starters are going to be out there when Joel is not? Who's running the offense? Right? Those things matter to me. VJ Edgecombe is obviously going to come back on in. He showed up at the very end of the first quarter, so he'll stay on in because he got a little bit of rest. But we'll see. We shall see. Grades for the first quarter. I'm going to go with a B. I'll go with a B minus. I will go with a B minus. I just want them to put up a competitive series. I really do not expect the Sixers to win this series. I don't. The Knicks have the better team. It's just a spade. A spade is a spade. They are more athletic. They have more depth. But keep it close. Keep it close. Morty's here. What's going on? What's going on? What's up, JJ? Another game where they're going to have to ride the starters. They absolutely are. I think it's important for them to win this game, though. I will tell you, winning game 1 here would be absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Because then you have home court advantage, and you take one to New York, and that is the job. That is the job. So if they could take game 1 tonight, I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better. All right. I can't have you keep trashing my guy, man. Can't have you keep doing that. 33-25. 12 minutes to go in this second quarter. Keep it clean in the chat. Here's Karl Anthony Towns giving it downhill over to Anunoby, and Anunoby puts it up and puts it on in. 35-25. What's the lineup out there for the Sixers, JJ? Paul George, Kelly Oubre Jr., VJ Edgecombe, Andre Drummond, and Quentin Grimes for Philadelphia. George over on the baseline, zips it outside to Grimes. One more to Oubre for a 3. Kelly could not hit the shot. Alvarado gets the rebound. Sixers have missed a couple of wide open threes so far in this game, and that's another reason why that they're down. But here's McBride with 12 seconds left on the shot clock, giving it over to Karl Anthony Towns for a tray, and Towns can't hit it. George gets the board for Philadelphia. Sixers trail by 10. Drummond looking to try to hand it off to somebody. Instead, we'll pass it to the far corner to Grimes for a tray. And the ball goes into the hands of Karl Anthony Towns again. Sixers are getting the open looks. They're just not knocking them down. Here's Towns for a 2. No. On the second try, it's up and it's in. 37-25. New York up by 12. 10:40 to go in quarter number 2. Towns with 5 points. He has made 2 field goals on 4 attempts. George for 3 for the Sixers. And that's going to cut it back into a single-digit lead. Look at Paul George knocking down shots. Towns over at the logo. Has to pass it off to somebody. It's Alvarado who cuts back doors. Sixers miscommunication on defense there. Towns was a playmaker, and they just were blindsided by Jose Alvarado in the dunker spot. George working around the screen, steps back, puts up a 2. George can't make it. Offensive rebound by Drummond and a foul as well on New York. And that stops the clock at 10:02. Let's go. We got 58 people watching. Hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. What's up, Steven? Shout out to you, man. Here's George over on the baseline. George to Oubre, who cuts back door, and Oubre throws it down. 39-30. Karl Anthony Towns stopped in his tracks and has to pass it over to OG, who's being guarded by VJ. And George comes in to help him. Almost lost the ball. How about the defense by Oubre as OG Anunoby was looking to pass it, and Oubre stuck his hand in the cookie jar. Grimes over to Edgecombe for a 3. That's no good. And Andre Drummond tried to get the rebound, but he's going to get called for a loose ball foul. Karl Anthony Towns able to stand his ground there. Look at that play, that defense by Kelly Oubre Jr. and the 76ers just trapping over on the defensive side. It worked against OG Anunoby. 39-30. And McBride will inbound it for the New York Knicks. Mitchell Robinson's going to step back on in. We'll see when Joel comes back for Philadelphia. But McBride's going to head on over to the bench. So far, the Knicks have put up 6 in this second quarter. Philadelphia has put up 5. 9-point lead for the Knicks. The pass goes from Alvarado to Mikal Bridges. And now a little pass over to Karl Anthony Towns. Oubre plays good defense again. And Towns throws it away. And over out of bounds. Look at Kelly Oubre. He was measuring his height, and he was right at his eyesight. He did that to Karl Anthony Towns, and they both shared a little laugh there. George gets the inbound, lost the ball. Hart picks it on up, and here comes Mikal Bridges, and great defense by the New York Knicks as Bridges gets set free. It's an 11-point lead for the New York Knicks. Each team has 4 turnovers. George works around the screen, zigzags down the lane, kicks it out to Oubre for a tray. Oubre knocks it down. Nice play again made by Paul George. Timeout by the Knicks. 8:41 to go in quarter number 2. All right, 41-33. Sixers and Knicks will be right back in just a few moments. Once again, folks, my name is Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ. We go on for Sixers basketball, Phillies baseball, and Eagles football as well. We also do a lot of baseball content. If you love listening to what I do for basketball, but you're a baseball fan, please make sure that you check out my baseball calls. We did a 48-hour live stream last week, and we raised money for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation in honor of my brother. We raised over $4,500, right over $4,500, which is just absolutely incredible. And I'm so proud that we did that. We did a lot of streaming this weekend, too, and it's been so much fun. We've been calling a lot of games. We're definitely putting in the grind, and we enjoyed the afternoon off. This was our first afternoon off in a little bit of time, so I got to sleep in today, and that felt very, very good. With that being said, hit that subscribe button. We are less than 100 subscribers away from getting to the 10,000 marker. Subscribing to the channel is free. Hitting the thumbs up button is also free as well. Mods, make sure that you continue to tell everybody to like and subscribe because we do this with all heart and all of our soul as well. All right, so let's take another sip of water, shall we? Cheers. Good stuff. It's game one. You said the Sixers weren't the better team last round, so saying the Knicks are better, it worked the last time, Sis Grace. Well, I mean, like, let's be honest. Who has more depth? The Knicks do. The Knicks have a better bench. They have, I mean, they finished the season, what? They finished 53-29. So, Sixers finished 45-37. They got the better team. That's just the truth. I don't lie. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button as well. You spend 12 hours a day, JJ the Boss, for sure. Absolutely. But this isn't even like work to me. This part is not like work. Making the thumbnails is, right? Like coming up with the creativity and doing emails like that to me is work. But being on here, this is not work to me. It's not. This part to me is just having fun. I feel like I'm in my own element here. That part to me is fun. Chat, I'm thinking of a number between 1 through 12. Anybody want to guess what that number is? Looks like a healthy George, maybe lending to see playoff P again. You know what, man? Like, I know that he's in his that he's the third option, but when I think about playoff P, I think about the Clippers. I think about the bad possessions that he has. I think that we're seeing a new version of playoff P, though. Does that make sense? I hope it does. All right, here we go. 41-33. The Knicks have the rock. Hart for a three. Josh Hart knocks it down right on the corner, and he hits the big-time tray. Josh Hart just destroys the 76ers from beyond the arc for whatever it's worth. Tyrese Maxey zigzags down the lane, steps up over towards the elbow, can't make the two. Hart comes away with the rebound. He'll try to go up with a shot, and Edgecombe gets called for the foul, I believe. There was a whistle that was called. Josh Hart, I guess that as Hart was trying to be aggressive and go down that lane, Edgecombe got called for a personal foul that was not in the act of shooting. Was looking to pass it there, and I think that he was a little bit upset at the referee. A little handoff from Robinson over to Alvarado for a tray, and Oubre snatches the board for Philadelphia. Sixers 5, it's George, Oubre, Maxey, Edgecombe, and Drummond. Maxey down the lane, goes up for a two, and is fouled by Robinson. Tyrese Maxey getting Mitchell Robinson there. Robinson hobbling for a quick second. Trying to put pressure on that foot and just walk it off. 44-33, Embiid is sat throughout this second quarter so far. That's Mitchell Robinson's third foul. That's his third personal foul. I'm telling you, this is good that they're attacking the centers. Maxey's first free throw is up, and it's good. I want them to continue to take these centers out of the game because that, to me, is the strategy for winning. OG Anunoby is going to step back on in for Mitch. Robinson has 3. Anunoby has 2. Towns has 2. Let's keep getting those numbers up. Be aggressive down low, over on the block when Joel Embiid is out there and get those guys into foul trouble. Maxey at the line for one more. It's up and it's in. Thanks, Shane.
Excellent.
Appreciate you. 44-35. Flyers are getting their third period underway. They lead it 2-1. Bridges over at the nail, looks to step back for a 2 and knocks it down. Sixers defense not as good. In this second quarter, they've allowed 13 points. They've scored 10, though. Edgecombe trying to take on Alvarado. The ball is snatched away, and he turns it over. Alvarado with the scrappy defense there. 7:20 to go in this second quarter of play. Towns being guarded by Drummond, and so Towns takes it down the lane, puts up a tough 2. Good defense by Edgecombe, and a great rebound as well by Drummond. Here's Edgecombe to Maxey for a 3. No. Oubre back to Maxey. Tyrese down the lane. Layup is good. Oubre doing a good job on the glass for Philadelphia. And again, the physicality by Edgecombe over Karl Anthony Towns on the other side. Give him credit for that. Towns for a 3. It's up. It's in. Cannot leave that man wide open because he knocks down those trays. Nurse says time. 6:42 to go. Cat is 2 for 3 from beyond the arc. He has 8 points, and with that, a timeout taken by Nick Nurse. Okay. Didn't like that open 3. Got to close out there. But, got to play better on the defensive side. Cat can knock those down. I think that what they're going to try to do a little bit more is when Cat is matched up on Drummond, they're going to try to draw him up more so towards the perimeter. So that way Cat does take more threes and gets Drummond out of the paint. I think that that's going to be a strategy that they're going to try to implement moving forward in this series, because Drummond he's not a good rim protector, but he can still rebound, especially against a big guy like Cat, who just doesn't really have a lot of defensive big defensive presence, Just got to say that though. So the number that I was thinking of, by the way, was 2. It was 2. Number 55 for Roy Hibbert. Nope. Sorry, my friend. It was not 5. It was not 6 or 7. It was 2. Whoever said 2, Grace got it. Nice job, Grace. Excellent job. 2 was the number. Get rid of the centers. Drummond has no business being out there. I totally hear you. I totally hear you. I think that they should go to Barlow a little bit more personally. That's what I think. But I'm not a head coach. I'm not a head coach, Aaron Nola finished with 6 scoreless innings. That's good. That makes me happy. Good stuff. All right, Flyers on a power play. We'll have time to look at that game when the Sixers game goes to halftime, so that'll be cool. We also owe BW a raid tonight. BW has been having some problems with his back, so we're going to go send him some love. Orioles bird watcher, that is. He's covering the Baltimore Orioles game, so we'll make sure that we go give him a shout-out during halftime. All right? That's what we'll do. Let me pull up his link right now. Where is he? Orioles bird watcher. There he is. There's BW. Good. So yeah, during halftime, we'll go say hi to BW. I forgot that the NBA has halftime, so I could also take care of business when I go into halftime too. I can't do that during baseball. Nope. Nope. All right, Tyrese Maxey's going to get the inbound pass from Quentin Grimes. Maxey hands it off over to Embiid. Embiid, what's he going to do? He was blitzed heavily by Mikal Bridges, and now it's Maxey who comes down the lane, goes up with a teardrop, and he's fouled by Bridges. 6 minutes and 31 seconds to go in this second quarter of play. I don't usually like to take breaks during halftime, but I do have to take a quick step off when we go into the half. Maxey will give it over to Joel. Good footwork by Embiid. Draws a double team. Gives it back to Maxey. And Embiid, baseline, tries to maneuver past Towns. And somehow, someway, razzles and dazzles towards the rim. Way off balance. Leaned over towards his right side. May have gotten away with the travel. That was a good move, though. Thinking about it, no, he didn't even pick up his pivot foot. Here's Anunoby for a 2. Great defense by Tyrese Maxey. And Embiid comes up with another rebound. Joel, Hans, Embiid so far doing a really good job on the glass. Maxey again gives it over to Embiid. Embiid back to Maxey. Maxey to Embiid for a tray. Way too strong. Rebounded by Josh Hart once again. Hart has been active on the glass. No surprise there. 3 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. And here's Towns going down with a flush for a 2. It's 51-39. 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 dimes for Karl-Anthony Towns. Grimes thought he was going to get the ball there. It was stolen back by Josh Hart. Here's Brunson with a tray. No good. Embiid gets the rebound. Bridges tried to hustle. Now it's Maxey for 3 as he backs up, and he can't make that one either. Hart is able to climb up the ladder. This guy's built like a football player. And we're going to have a foul called. Grimes tried to sacrifice his body, and they're going to call a blocking foul on Quentin Grimes. Look at Karl-Anthony Towns getting past the big fella, just beating him right on over towards the cup and just slamming it on home. And over on the other side, you had a great hustle play from Josh Hart on defense. Towns has scored 7 points in this quarter alone. Just got to continue to get these guys into foul trouble. George will head on over to the bench, and Kelly Oubre Jr. will step back on in for Philadelphia. Brunson will inbound it and give it over to Josh Hart, who's at the three-point line, looking to hand it off to somebody. Instead, it goes down the lane, and Hart hangs onto it. And here's Anunoby getting by his defender, Kelly Oubre Jr., and he's able to lay it up and lay it on in. 53-39. The Knicks offense has been clicking. Sixers offense has to do a little bit of a better job. Grimes zips it over to Edgecombe at the Madison Square Garden sign. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Edgecombe crosses over 3 times, spins, turns, puts up a floater. Tough shot there. Edgecombe trying to hustle, and Brunson lost the ball, but they're going to call a foul on VJ. I still have to give him a lot of credit for hustling and making some really good, impactful plays on the defensive side. His body was down, and Brunson tripped over his body. But they're just both playing physical against each other tonight. That's his 3rd foul. VJ does have to be careful. 4:22 left to go in quarter number 2. The Knicks are outplaying the 76ers. Anunoby looking to pass it to Bridges. Back outside to Towns. Towns going up against VJ. Almost pushed off against him. Anunoby, with 2 seconds left on the shot clock at the buzzer, puts it up and makes it rain. It's an elbow jump shot. The Knicks lead it by 16 points now. Maxey is blitzed again. And now it's Quentin Grimes with a drop-off pass to Oubre. Oubre can't make the 2. And I believe it'll be Sixers ball. OG Anunoby says that they should challenge this. The New York Knicks. 3:46 to go in this second quarter. Mike Brown wants the challenge, and he will get his wish granted. Knicks were very certain that the Sixers touched it last. And to be honest with you, I thought so too. That actually was pretty close. That was close. Wow. The Knicks are playing more physical. Like, that's what it is. They're playing more physical, and they are playing with more length. That's the best way that I can break it down, chat. They're playing with more length, and they're making plays, and they're getting the rebounds. Like, how do you box out Josh Hart? When Josh Hart's getting rebounds, and he's also being aggressive on the defensive side, what can you do to neutralize that? You got to get the bigs into foul trouble. If you want to win this game, you got to get the bigs into foul trouble, and you have to make sure that Joel Embiid is getting doubled, because if his guys if he's not going off, then you got to think to yourself, do we double Joel or do we just let him get his? They're making it really uncomfortable for Tyrese Maxey to even get space. Maxey looks very frustrated out there. That's because Bridges and Anunoby are playing super physical against him. They just are. That's just how it's been going so far. And the Knicks have been able to rotate on defense. The Knicks win their challenge. The call is overturned. And Brunson's going to inbound it for the New York Knicks right now. We need to stop chucking the ball, and we got to take our time. Knicks have more length than the Celtics do. Yeah, it's just the truth. 55-39. Knicks have the ball as they move from right to left again. It's Karl Anthony Towns looking to try to pass it over to Josh Hart at the three-point line. Hart going up against VJ. The layup is up and the layup is in. Hart wanted a foul call there. Wasn't going to get one. An 8-0 run by the New York Knicks over the last 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Maxey at the Knicks logo. Dribbles with the right hand and dumps it off over to Embiid. Embiid back to Maxey. A kick out over to Oubre. Oubre goes up for a two, puts it up, and puts it on in as well. Embiid's grabbing onto his stomach, and he is hunched on over. Tyrese Maxey is there too. I don't know what happened to Joel, but he got elbowed right into the gut. 57-41. There will be an and one opportunity. Let's look at this again. Oh, Bridges elbowed him right there in the stomach. Oubre's foul shot, good. Excellent. All right, still 12 and a half minutes to go in the Flyers game in the third period. Brunson steps back and tries to drop it off over to Towns. Now it's Embiid guarding Jalen Brunson. And Brunson steps up with an elbow J and knocks it down, 59-42, with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this second quarter. Jalen Brunson has put up 16 points. He's 7 for 11 from the field. Maxey again, trying to work down the lane. Puts up a two inside. Count it. And a foul. He had like 3 people coming on him, and yet was still able to just lay it up and lay it on in and angle it perfectly towards that left side of the right side of the baseline, and he just got it up with that right hand, underhanded scoop. It was good. It's a 59-44 game. Where the PG ISO plays. Towns now has 3 fouls, and so does Robinson. And Ariel Huckporty's going to come on in for Karl Anthony Towns. Keep letting them foul. Keep letting them foul. 26-20. That's how the quarter has gone. Maxey does make the foul shots. So the end one is good. Excellent. It's a 59-45 game. Brunson over at the logo gets trapped. Now it's to give it up over to Josh Hart. Anunoby over towards the near side. Gives it over to Bridges for a tray. No. Offensive rebound by Josh Hart again. Bridges on the second try on the corner. Bingo. 62-45. Jimmy Fallon in the building, and he loves it. He loves what he's seeing. A 17-point lead for the New York Knicks. Maxey gets trapped, gives it over to Embiid. Joel Embiid over at the nail, puts up a 2, in and out it goes, and Hart comes up with yet another rebound. Keep this guy off the glass. Now it's a lot easier said than done. So we have another shot that goes up. Brunson's 3 will not count, and that is another foul on the floor on Philadelphia. Look at Josh Hart right where he's positioned, able to just get to the right spot. He knows exactly where Bridges is, and Bridges is able to just knock down the 3. Hart is at the line. Not a good foul shooter, but he will go to the line anyways. And the first free throw from Josh Hart, it's a little bit short. No way 76ers are winning this game. Cold shooting, no ball movement, no defense, no energy. Knicks are bigger built. I'm not counting them out, though. I'm not. Because coaching matters, and I've seen this before. The Knicks are playing better. They are the more physical team, I hear you. But surprise me. Surprise me. Oubre inbounds it as Josh Hart makes his second foul shot. George will give it up over to Embiid. Embiid for 2 against OG Anunoby, and that's good. It's a 63-47 game. Brunson down the lane. Brunson with a finger roll finish. Wanted the foul called there. Wasn't going to get it. 65-47. 1:30 left in this second quarter of play. And so it'll be Maxey who gets the ball back. Over to Paul George now. George wants to ISO, takes a 2, got it to go. Paul George has to step up. He has got to take some shots. The Sixers are going to need him to do so. He's the X factor. Brunson a tray, and somehow that goes on in. Just a lucky bounce for Jalen Brunson, one of the luckiest ones that you'll ever see. Maxey going down the lane, and somehow he gets the layup to go against OG Anunoby. 68-51, 52 seconds left in this second quarter, and Brunson being guarded by Quentin Grimes. And here is Brunson for 3, a foul called on Grimes, got him to buy in, and we have another whistle called. Darn it. Brunson is just providing all the moves. Grimes gets called for a shooting foul, and this will be 3 free throws for Jalen Brunson, who's just exploded in this first half of play. The third foul on Grimes. Brunson, first free throw, nails it. 69-51. The other reason why I'm not saying that this game is over is because I've seen the Knicks blown leads, chat. I have seen the Knicks blown leads. Or blow leads. Foul shot number 2, that one is good too. Bridges comes in for OG Anunoby. High fives over on the New York Knicks bench. Sixers got a lot to figure out. Brunson at the line for one more. That's up, and that one is good. 20-point game. Knicks have averaged 117.8 points per game in the playoffs so far. George over to Maxey again. Maxey gets a screen from Embiid. Maxey for 3. It's up. It's no good. And we have another rebound by Mitchell Robinson. So Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid so far in this first half have provided 25 points. 25 of the 51 points for Philadelphia. Nobody else on the bench, though, has stepped up. And that's been the thing. They've put up 44. The 4 starters have put up 44 of the 51 points. Hart for 3 for New York. No. And an offensive rebound by Mikal Bridges. Brunson for a tray. That's up, and that's in. And 74 points for the New York Knicks in the first half. They exploded and put up 41 points in quarter number 2. Brunson with 27 points. And he is 10 for 14 from the field. He is on fire right now for the New York Knicks. And he's not even passing the ball. Josh Hart is making plays. And Brunson is just knocking down these shots. And he has been on fire in the first half. I'm wondering if in the second half, chat, is VJ Edgecombe going to guard Jalen Brunson? I'm wondering if that's going to be the adjustment. Because with the way that Brunson's going off now, you might have to consider it, right? You might have to consider it. But then the question becomes, do you want Bridges to hit shots? Like, are you forcing him to make plays? Because Paul George is probably going to be on OG Anunoby, you would think. Because Oubre is getting obliterated by OG. I don't know. But you might have to consider that. You just might. So, not a good first half there by the Philadelphia 76ers. Really not a good second quarter. I'm not surprised, but 74-51 in game 1. You'd like them to play a little bit better. You'd like them to play a lot better, I should say. But I'm not surprised. I want them to play more physical. I want them to get out there and try to see what they're made of in the second half. This is what's gonna definitely keep my eyeballs on this team. How do they look coming out of the gates in this second half here? Because this is going to tell me how things are going to go throughout the rest of this game. Are they going to lay down and die? Are they going to lay down and die? Or are they going to make a push here? Because they have to make a push coming out of halftime if they want to stay relevant in this game. The Hurricanes just tied it 2-2. Oh, no. They just tied it. Flyers had the lead. It's now a tie game. Seth Jarvis just scored. That's too bad. All right, I'm going to take a step off. We're going to go say hi to Orioles Birdwatcher, chat. Punt Television, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate it. Let's go say hi to our friend BW. Go show him some love. I'm going to post his link down below right now. And I will catch you all in about another 5 minutes. All right? Don't go anywhere. See you very, very soon. welcome back on into the 76ers halftime show here on Play by Play with JJ. For those of you who did go say hi to BW, I really appreciate that. Look, the 76ers are getting outscored by the New York Knicks. They're down 74-51. I don't care if people want me to be more angry. I don't care if people want me to be more upset. They're getting outclassed. I mean, I don't know, what else people want me to say. They're getting outclassed by this New York Knicks team. It's only game one. We saw that the 76ers were getting outclassed by the Boston Celtics in game one. This is anybody's series. I feel like that this stuff just happens, and the New York Knicks are playing more physical. They have better talent, and right now they're playing they are playing like that they are the better team. I don't know what else to say. I really don't. I would like to see the 76ers do a better job at giving effort on the glass. I'd like to see them make more shots. I'd like to see Tyrese Maxey get more open looks, but Tyrese Maxey is getting blitzed left and right. You have to understand, this is not Derek White. This is not Peyton Pritchard. We're talking about a better defensive Knicks team that just has more length and just has more size. I'm not making excuses for Tyrese Maxey. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be better, but we also have to be fair. We have to be fair, and we have to look at this through a lens where we say to ourselves, from a realistic perspective, this Knicks team is just better defensively. They have a better unit out there. Look at what Mikal Bridges is doing on the defensive side. Okay, when Tyrese Maxey has the ball, they are trapping Tyrese Maxey right away, and they are forcing the ball into the hands of Joel. Now, what I would like to see a little bit more in the second half here is get Paul George a little bit more involved in the offense. That's what I would like to see, because that was working against the Boston Celtics. Because now you have another playmaker and you have somebody else that can just get you with really good passes. So I would like to see a little bit more of that. VJ Edgecombe is probably not going to be making a lot of plays for you. And I think that that's a little bit of a tougher situation for him to just, have that responsibility. There will be times where, yes, he is going to have to dribble the ball and make certain passes. But I can't say that I can't be screaming and shouting, because A, this is game one. B, they came on in as the underdogs. The New York Knicks have the better overall roster. They have more depth. But yes, would I like to see them try to clean things up? I would. I've wanted them to make this competitive, and they have not done so far. That's a fair critique. But this is how I feel. This is how I feel so far. But yeah, let me know what you guys think down below. Do you think I'm being a little bit unfair? Do you think that I need to be a little bit more animated? I would like to know. I am curious about what you guys think about that. And B, this to get on the block, you have to get Cat into foul trouble. If they're going to come back in this game, Morty said it the best, you're going to have to try to get these guys into foul trouble. Anunoby, Cat, all of these people, you're going to have to get them into foul trouble for sure. You just are. It is what it is. 74-51, the New York Knicks are up by 23 points. Cat is going to give it down low over to OG Anunoby. Anunoby lost the ball, and it should be Sixers ball, and it is. All right, so the Knicks turn it on over to start off the third quarter. But yeah, let me know what you guys think down below. Knicks have the length that the Celtics didn't have. Absolutely. Phillies won. That's good. That's good. I'm not worried because we lost bad to Boston game 1, too, so maybe we're just not a good game 1 team. There's a 2 that's up and that's on in by Josh Hart. That makes it 76-71, or 76-51. Big difference there. 25-point lead for the New York Knicks. Sixers can't make a 2, but Oubre gets the rebound, and the soft touch is up and good. And that'll make it 76-53. The Knicks are going to pick up the basketball over at three-quarters court, and Jalen Brunson will pick it back up for the offense again. Anunoby will swing it over to Karl Anthony Towns. Towns is at the three-point line. Dumps it off over to Jalen Brunson. Brunson down the lane. Lost the ball. Stolen by Edgecombe. Great defense by Paul George. Maxey again. Puts it up inside. Great defense by Josh Hart. And they'll push the tempo again. Sixers played good defense, but the Knicks just did a great job at getting back. Towns hesitated for a second. Bridges goes down the lane, gives it back outside to Josh Hart, and Hart throws it away. It'll be out of bounds. It'll be 76ers ball. This Knicks defense has just provided a lot of length against the Philadelphia 76ers, and they've not been able to figure it out so far. I think we need Joel to foul out the bigs in 12 minutes of the three quarters. Absolutely, that has to be the strategy. You got to get the bigs to foul. You do. George gives it over to Joel Embiid. Get him the foul. Let's go. Karl Anthony Towns is on him, and Joel makes a bad read there, and Oubre can't get the ball. The Knicks get the steal. Anunoby dunks it on home, and just like that, it's 78-56. That is the score. We'll make sure that we update this as well. There we go. A three by the Sixers. That's up, and that's good. And that's Paul George, who's able to knock it on down. With 9:48 left to go, it was 78-53. It was a 25-point game, and now it's a 22-point game. Towns over on the perimeter. Towns gives it over towards the left side, and it's Jalen Brunson who has the rock now. He'll cross over and dump it back off to Karl Anthony Towns again, who's trapped on the far side. What a pass by Towns over to Mikal Bridges. Good wizardry there, and Bridges left wide open, 80-56. They drew Embiid out of the paint. It worked, and the Knicks able to go up by 24 points. Maxey gets the ball back, but Mikal Bridges plays really good defense, and the 76ers are going to turn it on over. Flyers and Carolina are in the third period, all tied at 2. With 9 seconds left to go, can they try to get the game winner? No. Oh, dang it. 80-56. Towns gets the inbound pass. He'll dump it off over to Jalen Brunson, who's over at the logo. Takes it with the left hand. Brunson back outside to Bridges. One more to Anunoby for a three, and that is good, and the Sixers will take a timeout. It's been all Knicks so far here in Game 1 of this series. OG has 18 points. He's 2 for 3 from beyond the arc, and he's been knocking down shots. It's a 9-5 run for the New York Knicks. And a timeout is taken. Oh, man, we got 66 likes. What's up, man? Haven't seen you in a good few days, says Yasirski. Haven't seen you in a good few days. I've been on every day. But, you're saying that you haven't seen me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. It's good to see you. JJ in chat, how we doing? Aside from what else we are currently witnessing? Well, I'm doing okay, man. I'm doing fine. I am doing good. Still a little bit stressed out about this Flyers game as there's 6 seconds left to go in this third period. Couturier versus Stahl. I wonder who's going to win this face-off here. This is going to be huge. Couturier dumps it off, and the Flyers try to save it over towards the far corner, and that is going to do it. They're going to go into overtime. Oh, gosh, I am so stressed. There's a fight that goes on over on the other side of the ice. Konechny has to be held up by 2 of the refs. But yeah, I'm really hoping that the Flyers tie up the series. So that would be great. You can't defend a crafty vet like Brunson at home. Once he gets it, you have to play your butt off when he doesn't have it. Make him work. That's just that's just what it is. The pros never get it, says Morty. The thing is that, like, it's not easy, it's not rocket science here. Like, look at Karl Anthony Towns. He's making really good passes. They're playing a very good unit of basketball, right? 10 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds. He's making plays. Mikal Bridges, making plays. They're all really efficient. Like, OG is 7 for 8 from the field. Towns is 4 for 7. Mikal Bridges is 5 for 7. Then Brunson's 10 for 14. You know? They're just shooting the ball at a high rate. The Knicks are playing really good. The Knicks were playing better offense in the first quarter, and then the defense started to come after their offense was clicking. When it's a close game, the Sixers have got to get them out of their offensive comfort zone, and then just try to steal the momentum. That's what has to happen in the next game. But that's what it is. Knicks were rested too. I'm not giving that an excuse. I'm not going to give that an excuse. Yes, the Knicks have more off days, absolutely. But you know what? If we're going to complain about like guys missing games and stuff, like I'm not going to give it a pass. Edgecombe flies down the lane, goes down with a 2, and that's up, and that's good. 83-58 so far, with 8.5 minutes to go in this third quarter. If they're going to go on a run, it has to be right now. Bridges going down the lane against Embiid. The layup's no good. Towns on the follow-through, and he puts it up and puts it on in, and that neutralizes the 76ers on offense. Now it's Maxey who dumps it off over to Joel, and Embiid's going to hand it off over to VJ. Maxey's had a very frustrating night so far. Edgecombe goes up with a 2. It's denied by Towns. Edgecombe comes up with his own rebound, though. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Edgecombe lays it up and still gets past Towns and lays it on in. That's just what you call a great play by your rookie. He knew that he got the ball blocked by Karl Anthony Towns, still stayed with it, got the rebound, and was able to attack downhill and get the layup to go. Bridges down the lane, looking for Towns. Towns lays it up and lays it on in again. Embiid's not playing any defense on him. 87-60, 20 assists by the New York Knicks, and just 8 for Philadelphia. Here's George again trying to pass it over to Edgecombe, and one more over to Maxey. Actually, Maxey back over to George for a 3. That's way off the mark, and Anunoby comes away with another rebound. Sixers just look very uncomfortable out there so far in this third quarter of play. They're getting outscored 13-9. Towns for 3, and now he's starting to feel it. It's a 16-9 run. The Knicks lead it by 30 with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Embiid puts up a 2, and we have another foul called. It'll be a whistle called against the New York Knicks. Knicks are playing very clean basketball. Towns knocking down shots. He's starting to heat up. Jalen Brunson was heating up in the first half. And it's Karl Anthony Towns taking on over. The shooting percentages in this game so far, you got New York shooting 69% from the field. They are 58% from 3. It's just their night shooting. Sixers are shooting 33% from 3 and 42% from the field. Embiid at the line cuts it to a 29-point deficit. 90-61 with 6:57 to go in quarter number 3. They got to cut it to an 18-point game going on into the fourth quarter if they want to have a chance. Embiid for the second foul shot, and we have another whistle called. And Embiid's going to go to the line again for one more. They called it a foul on the 3-point attempt. The next foul shot by Joel, it's up, and it's good.
Excellent.
Philadelphia 76ers are down by 28 points against Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks. Hart gives it back over to Towns. Another three-point shot by Karl. That's no good. Embiid gets the board. Hands it off over to Tyrese Maxey. Maxey back to Edgecombe, who's at the MSG sign. Edgecombe rolls down the lane. The two-point shot won't go, and Towns snags another board. That's Karl Anthony Towns getting another rebound. That's his sixth of the game. Here's a three. That's up, and it's good by Bridges. And he's able to knock that one down from the near corner. 93-62. Everything clicking for the New York Knicks. George gets a screen from Joel. And Paul George looking to try to ISO down the lane. Floater inside. Count it. It's good. And one. May have gotten away with a travel there. But Paul George able to hit the two. And it was up and it was good. And we have another and one opportunity coming on up. Edgecombe lost his shoe over on the other side, and that's why there was 5-on-4 basketball, and Bridges was able to hit the three. And Anunoby over on the sideline right now, taking the seat over on the bench. Andre Drummond will come on in for Joel Embiid as well. And Mitchell Robinson comes in for OG Anunoby. 6 minutes and 3 seconds to go in this third quarter of play. They're not getting them into any sort of foul trouble. The Flyers and the Keens are going to go into overtime. George makes the foul shot. It's good. Karl, by the way, does have 4 fouls. 93-65. The Knicks have put up 19 points in this third quarter. And Edgecombe is guarding Jalen Brunson right now. Brunson goes up with a 2 inside, denied, and great play there. Drummond throws it away, though. It was supposed to go to Paul George, and a 5-on-4 possession for the New York Knicks. Hart thought about taking the three. Oubre steps up on him now, and a dump-off pass over to Deuce McBride. And now it's Bridges for three over Oubre, and that is good. Everything's going on in for the New York Knicks. They just cannot miss anything at all whatsoever. 96-65. It's a 31-point lead for the New York Knicks, and Nick Nurse out of options, and he's going to have to call for another timeout. And it's a 31-point lead. They're just hitting everything. It's literally just their night. They're just hitting everything in this game. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. They're hitting everything. And just to back it up, the New York Knicks are shooting 68% from the field. They're shooting 59% from three. They're also out rebounding the Sixers 24-19 as well. So they're just doing a better job. Sixers have turned the ball over 10 times. They have no fast break points. Each team has committed 14 fouls. And that's what's going on. That's exactly what's going on right now. Love you all very, very much. Hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. It's overtime. Yes. I thought they came back on. Nope. No, what they do is they have an intermission when they go into the playoffs. Whenever you transition from the third period to OT, that's what happens. Everybody seems to forget that when it comes to the playoffs for hockey. Usually in the regular season, overtime starts right away, but they have an intermission going on into OT. That's what happens. So I got the game on. What's crazy is that our quarter scores are about average. Just the Knicks are in a monsoon of points. You're right. You're right. It's crazy. Wonder what RB is saying about the Sixers. I don't think he's surprised. I really don't. Like, the Knicks are making all their shots. They're hitting everything. And chat, the series is not over. Like, it ain't over, obviously. We could blow them out in game 2. We could. We could blow them out in game 2. Wouldn't shock me. Definitely not the start that you wanted. But we could really blow them out in game 2. I've seen that happen in series all the time. It just hits differently when we're looking at this as our team. And I understand where the frustration is. I do. I understand where the frustration lies. Excuse. All right, Sixers will inbound it here. Edgecombe is going to have to give it up over to Justin Edwards. Edwards back over to Drummond. And now it's VJ Edgecombe over to Justin Edwards for a 3. And Edwards splashes it. Nice shot by Justin Edwards. Surprised that he got that one off. Good for him. 28-point lead. 76ers have to guard Jalen Brunson here. This is not an easy task. Grimes is also out there. Sixers' second unit, including Dominic Barlow, is over there. Deuce McBride for a 3-point shot. That one won't go. Quentin Grimes gets the rebound. Grimes over on the right side of the wing. Looks to hand it off over to Edwards again. Edwards to Drummond in the corner for a 3. And Andre Drummond can't make it that time. Hit off the backside of the rim. Hart over to Bridges again. Mikal Bridges wants to get a screen, and he does. And Bridges passes it back outside, and we have another foul that's called. The New York Knicks, when you just take a look at them as a team this season, they averaged 117.8 points per game. They also put up a total of 45.8 rebounds per game and 24.2 assists per game as well. And when you compare that to the 76ers, well, I mean, the 76ers put up 103.7 points per game, 41 rebounds per game, and 21.7 assists per game as well. Brunson's going to inbound it, and he gives it over to Mitchell Robinson. Here's a handoff that goes back over to Jalen Brunson. And Edgecombe trying to play defense on him. Brunson can't make the 2. Edgecombe tries to fight for the rebound, and the ball goes on out of bounds. It'll still be Knicks' ball. Edgecombe is fighting. It's a 28-point lead for the New York Knicks. Nurse was like, you know what, let's try to go to our second unit and see if this works. Sixers are going to challenge this, I believe. I don't really know if they should challenge that. Because if they do, then they only have 2 timeouts left. If they lose it. Sixers have played just 8 players tonight. Justin Edwards only saw the floor to do hack a Mitchell. To do hack a Mitch. They tried to foul Mitchell Robinson. That's why he was out there. Dominic Barlow, Jabari Walker, and Trendon Watford have yet to suit up. This is a confusing decision given how fatigued Philadelphia is. I guess it doesn't matter now, says Jacob Marino. Sixers lost a couple of games to the Celtics the same way, says RB. They also came off a physical Game 7 series 2 nights ago. Not worried. Move on to the next, says RB. I don't think he's wrong. I don't think he's wrong. (96-68), the call's overturned, by the way. And the 76ers will retain their challenge. Retain their timeout, I should say. So it'll be Grimes who inbounds it for the 76ers. They got to go on a nice run here. If they're down by 18 going into the fourth quarter, they have a chance. Ball goes on out of bounds, and it'll still be 76ers ball. Bridges was full court pressing. That was VJ Edgecombe. Really hoping that the Flyers can win this game. 96-68. Here's Grimes again, giving it over to Drummond. Drummond stepped on out of bounds. Great. Didn't watch his footing right there. And stepped on out. Gosh, over on that baseline. 7 turnovers for the Knicks, 11 for the 76ers. Brunson gets it over at the logo. Here comes a screen set by Robinson. Now it's Clarkson who goes up with a shot. Lost the ball. Barlow gets the rebound. And an outlet pass over to VJ Edgecombe. It's now Quentin Grimes giving it outside to Drummond for a corner three. Drummond was being heavily guarded by Robinson. Now he wants to back him up down low over on the block. And he will get fouled. Oh, gosh. He was making the pass there. I was surprised that he posted him up and took him right over towards the baseline. And OG Anunoby gets called for a personal foul. I believe that that's his third. It is. 3:37 to go in this third quarter. Drummond looking to dump it off over to VJ Edgecombe. And now it's Edwards for a 2. No. Drummond, or Barlow that is, offensive rebound. Edgecombe back over to Grimes. Edgecombe for 3. It's up. It's in. It's back to a 25-point game with 3:15 to go in this third quarter of play. Edgecombe has 12. He's 2 for 4 from downtown. 3:05 left to be played in the third quarter. Brunson with a bounce pass, and that goes over to Miles McBride. Anunoby down the lane, over on the baseline, puts up a 2, and we have another whistle that's called. It's on OG Anunoby. He gets called for a travel, and the 76ers are going to get the ball back. Okay. It's a 25-point game. 2:54 to go. Edgecombe another 3. It's up. No good. I thought maybe he would knock that one down. Was not able to do so. Brunson has it. He's on the attack against Justin Edwards. Goes up with a 2 inside, and he's fouled. Jalen Brunson just does that little move where a defender's behind him, and he just puts his head up, flips it, and even VJ Edgecombe is just putting his hands up in the air and is like, what the heck do you want him to do? He's just going to get that foul call. 96-71, Brunson at the charity stripe. And his first free throw is good. They're literally getting their cheeks clapped. They are. They absolutely are. It's always good to see you too, yes, Sirski. Towns making Embiid look like he's with one arm and one leg, and he kind of is after getting hit in the abdomen. I feel the pain for Embiid, especially after getting hernia surgery Saturday. And then you think about the appendectomy, right? Like, you know, the appendix surgery or whatever it is. You think about all of that. It's just, this man's going through a lot. Grimes gets the dump-off pass. Clarkson playing very good on him. Barlow over on the corner. Back over to Edgecombe. Edgecombe goes up for a 2, and we have another foul called with 2:16 left to go in the third quarter. And the foul again is on Anunoby, and that is going to be Nope, it's going to be on Robinson. Regardless, that's Robinson's third foul. And Edgecombe is going to go to the line. That was actually Robinson's fourth foul, I should say. Edgecombe at the line. First free throw won't go. Karl Anthony Towns will come back on in for Robinson. And we have another substitution for Philadelphia. Andre Drummond will take a seat, and Adem Bona is going to step on in. So now they put in the Dem. It's a 98-71 game. Edgecombe will go to the line for another one. And the second free throw, can't make that one either. He goes 0 for 2 from the line, and we have another whistle that's called. It'll be a Dominic Barlow foul. We are 92 subscribers away, chat, from getting to 10,000. James says no chance, Knicks in 4. It ain't over yet, my friend, but it's good to see you on here. Absolutely, Joe. I don't know what else you want me to say, my friend. I mean, you know, like, they're making their shots. They're more physical. Like, I don't know what else you guys want me to say. I really don't. Brunson for 2. That's up, and that's good. 100-71. It's a 29-point lead. Brunson has 31 points. He's 11 for 17 from the field. It's ridiculous. And we have another foul called. I don't know what he's doing there. Look at that. He gets a little push off there against VJ Edgecombe. And Edgecombe can't stop Jalen Brunson on that play. 100-71. 1:53 left to go in the third quarter. Now it's Grimes who's going to go on over towards the line. And the first free throw from Quentin Grimes is good. That's a surprise. Edgecombe missed 2 free throws. And Grimes will head to the line for one more. Foul shot number 2. That's up, and that's good. Excellent. 1:50 left in this third quarter. I'm not happy with how they came out in this third quarter. I'm just as annoyed. And it will be over down the lane, looking to pass it over to Clarkson. How could they not block him down low? I mean, they just left him wide open. Wide open. 102-73. Grimes gets the ball again, dribbles with the right, and now Bona sets a pick, and we have an illegal screen called on Bona, and that's why that'll be called an offensive foul. I guess this is why they don't like to put in the Dem Bona because of these offensive fouls that he creates. He's a physical guy, but when he's setting bad picks like that, moving screens, no wonder why Nick Nurse can't always play him. It makes sense. Another handoff that goes over to Jalen Brunson. 8 seconds left on the shot clock here. Brunson gets pushed again by Bona, and we have another foul called. 1:07 to go in the third quarter. And Trendon Watford is going to step on in now, too. It's insane. Got pushed right there. I need to see PG take over the offense. That was probably a little bit ago. But he didn't do that tonight. I wanted to see that too. Brunson at the charity stripe. First foul shot. Up and good. Flyers win this game. I'm going to be so happy. (103-73). Come on, Porter. Sparky with a dump off to Dvorak. One more. It's up. Did he get it? Oh, darn it. Here we go. Sixers on the other side. Quentin Grimes starts to go for a 2, and he gets it denied by Ariel Huck-Porty. 104-53. 5 blocks for the New York Knicks. Just 1 for Philadelphia. And it's Brunson at the top of the key again. Goes down the lane. Floater inside. Gets the friendly bounce to go. 106-73. It's a 33-point lead with 43 seconds left in this third quarter. It's Watford who takes it towards the half-court marker. Gives it over to Grimes. Grimes back over to Barlow inside. And Dominic Barlow gets the 2. 106-75 is the score. 27 seconds left to go in this third quarter so far. With the ball now for the New York Knicks, it is Jordan Clarkson, or Miles McBride it is, I should say. McBride for 3. Got it to go. 109-75. 6.9 seconds left in the third quarter. Grimes going up with a prayer for Philadelphia, and he somehow made it. I don't know how, but he got it. Brunson played as great defense as you could ask for. 109-78, and we're going to go into the fourth quarter. The Sixers are down by 31 points against the New York Knicks. 109-78 is the score. And they'll be back in just a few moments. All right, Fly Guys, come on. Let's try to win this game here. We'll dump off over to Zegras. Come on, 10:25 to go. 36 shots for Carolina, 29 from Philadelphia. I really would like to see them try to win this game. Let's go. Stupid Knicks are stopping the clock. Yeah, I hear you. Get Bona out of the game. We need to work on our paint defense. Our roster construction isn't so good. Like, we're getting beaten because of our lack of depth. This game to me, to be honest with you, this game goes on Daryl Morey to me. Because this roster, the way that this depth is, like, they just can't compete. I'm sorry. Like, I want them to put a better effort out there. Like, I agree with that. They just don't match up well against this Knicks team. They don't. I love Joel Embiid. But I just don't think that they have enough. We need to lose by 20-15, not 30 plus. I hear you on that. And I want them to give better effort, and that I agree with. I do. I definitely agree with your point there. You know, if you're gonna lose, you can't be getting blown out. You can't. You can't be getting blown out. Even like when they got blown out by Boston in 2 games, I asked them to give better effort. They didn't do that. They ended up winning the series, which ultimately is what mattered the most. But I did ask them to put up a better effort in Game 1 and in Game 4. That was not the case, though. That was not the case. But I think that they needed this. I think that they need to let this eat them up. And I think that they have to come back and just be better. They do. All right, 8:45 to go in this Carolina-Philadelphia game. It's been a physical game between both of these teams. 9 overtime shots for the Flyers. 9 OT shots. Come on, keep it alive out there. Good block. Got to get it out of the zone, though. But yeah, I hear you. Stupid Knicks stopping the clock and giving Sixers a chance to score at the line. Yep. don't know why the Stream Elements bots are still going off like that. Posting about the timers. I don't know. Francisco Lindor is at the building tonight. Wow. It's crazy. Watford's going to send it over to Dominic Barlow. Here's a backdoor cut over to Quentin Grimes. And Terry puts up a three-point shot for the Sixers, and that's way off the mark. And we have a rebound provided by Huck Porty. So the Knicks lineup is Huck Porty, Clarkson, Shamet, Alvarado, and McBride. Sixers starters are not in the game right now. And I don't think that they will be unless they go on a big run here. McBride for a three. It's up, and it's no good. Bona gets the board. Terry gets it for the 76ers. And Terry looking to try to get it over at the top of the key, and we have another offensive foul called on Bona. This is why you can't play him. He's unplayable. This is why. I understand now, Nick Nurse. I get it. I understand. When he's doing stuff like that, just moving screens, that's what he has to get better at. He's just not good at setting picks. Here's a three by the Knicks. That's up. That's no good. Huck Porty is going to swing it back outside to Landry Shamet. Shamet gets the pass deflected, and it's going to go into the backcourt. Shamet now has to try to go up against Dalen Terry. Can he beat him? Shamet with a two, and he somehow almost got the bounce to go. The ball goes out of bounds. That went in and out at the last second. Looked like it was about ready to go on in. It just swiveled out at the last second. 109-78 New York, up with 10:44 to go in the fourth quarter. It's Grimes who's going to inbound it for the 76ers. And Watford's going to get it for Philadelphia. Trendon Watford down the lane. Goes up with a little Euro step. That's no good. The ball goes on out of bounds, and it'll still stay with Philadelphia. Another foul was called. 8 minutes left in this overtime game. Come on, Flyers. Come on, get the win. I'll feel better if the Flyers get the win. Watford dumps it off over to Adem Bona, and Bona's going to get called for a charge. It's like Deuce McBride was like, I'm just going to sacrifice my body right here because I know that you're going to foul me. I know you're going to foul me. And he did. He absolutely did. Insane. That's his fifth foul. 5 fouls for Adem Bona. And now Jabari Walker is going to step on in. 109-78. Bona has more fouls than points, assists, and rebounds. Isn't that crazy to think about? Refs zoned in Bona. Unplayable is right. Yep. I understand why Nick Nurse doesn't want to play him. Look at this. Terry tries to fight for that ball against Clarkson. And we have ourselves a jump ball. Tyler Kolek is ready to step on in for the first time tonight for the New York Knicks. And he will come on in for Miles McBride. 109-78. Clarkson ready to go up against Terry with 10:14 left to go. Foster puts it up, and the Sixers win the tip. It'll be Barlow who has it. Gives it up over to Trendon Watford. Watford lost the ball, and Clarkson able to come on up with it. Here's a three by New York, and that's up, and it's good. It's Jose Alvarado who ends up knocking it down. Alvarado and Kolek just came back on in. Here's a shot on the other side. It was actually Kolek who made the three. I don't know why they give it to Alvarado. ESPN, that was not correct. The two, though, by Barlow is good, 112-80. It's a 32-point lead. Offensive rebound by the New York Knicks, but they're going to throw it away. Jabari Walker hands it off to Grimes. Grimes to Terry for a three. That's good. 112-83. Dalen Terry knocks it down. 9:15 left to go. They're providing full court pressure, and Alvarado has it again. 29-point ball game. And here is Huck Porty, who nearly fumbled the basketball, gives it over to Clark. And they'll zip it back over towards the outside. Kolek wide open three-point shot, and that one is good. He's providing the answers against the 76ers. You leave him wide open, he can knock down threes. Another two by Terry. No. Offensive rebound by Walker, and he can't knock that one down. Terry fighting for the ball, and we have another foul called on Philadelphia. Once again, the New York Knicks are shooting 55% from three. Sixers shooting 38% from three. The Knicks are also shooting 65% from the field. So everything is going on in for them. And we have a jump ball. And so now the fourth unit guys, looks like, are going to go out there for the New York Knicks. Just one of those games that you just scratch away. You say to yourself, you got to move on to the next one and turn the page. And we'll provide full analysis after this game is done. I will definitely, say some things for sure. Because I do have things to say. I do. Barlow gets it for the Sixers. Hands it off over to Trendon Watford, who goes down the lane, backs down his defender, puts up a two inside. Great defense by Landry Shamet. 8:25 to go in the fourth quarter. The ball gets stripped again. Good defense by Jabari Walker, but it'll still remain and be New York ball. RIP game one. I expected a loss, but not a blowout. Too much Sixers hype after Boston. Only natural that they come out flat. 5,004 minutes is impressive. Good night. I'm still going the Sixers in 6. I hear you, man. Bona is good at a couple of things. Rebounds, easy dunks. Yeah, well, not when he's fouling like this. Not when he's fouling like this. Terry for 2. Great defense again by the Knicks. They're just all up in the Sixers' faces. Even the fourth unit guys are. Watford, though, does a good job. And Barlow gets it. Barlow to Watford. They're clogging the paint. And they give it back over to Walker for a 2. And we have a foul called. It'll be on Jordan Clarkson. Flyers and Hurricanes are still in overtime. There's 4 minutes and 51 seconds to go in that game. I have a full analysis. I will talk about this. I mean, there's things that we do have to go over. There's things that we have to talk about for sure. 115-84. Come on, Flyers. Please. Foul shot number 2 from Walker, and he gets the friendly roll. It's back to a 30-point game.
Excellent.
7 minutes and 44 seconds left in this fourth quarter. Nurse has to leave a bona fide scorer out there with the second unit. Can't sub everyone, says Morty. Another misfired 3 from the New York Knicks. And it's Terry who dumps it off to Trendon Watford again. Throws it over to Terry's way. Terry being guarded by Kolek. They'll give it over to Barlow inside. Barlow lays it up and lays it back on in, and it's back to a 28-point deficit with 7:13 to go. Sixers actually have outscored the Knicks so far in this fourth quarter. Not for long, though, as Edwards, as it's now a 117-87 game. That was a 2-pointer by Pacome Datet, who made the alley-oop dunk. Sixers will turn it over, and the Knicks are going to take a timeout here with 6:56 left to go in this fourth quarter. Well, the good news is that I got to rest the vocal cords tonight. The bad news is that I got to rest the vocal cords tonight and not yell much. Chat, I appreciate you guys for supporting me. I really do. No matter what, I realize that no matter like what I do, covering the Phillies, the Sixers, or the Eagles, or even like the Flyers, I'm gonna get hate. And I've learned that I gotta accept that. You know, I'm not gonna please everybody. I'm not a people pleaser. But thank you all so much for rocking with me and for being able to stick this one out. I know that there's people that are that aren't happy that I didn't do the Phillies game. I know that there's people that aren't happy that I didn't do the Flyers game. I can only do what I can do. I can't clone myself. I can't do 3 games at once. I can't. But I appreciate you guys for staying with me and for supporting me, because for those of you who have, it really does mean a lot to me. But I'm starting to learn that as I go, that I'm not going to please everyone. And everybody has a right to state their own opinion, but I have to accept that. That's something that I do have to work on. So, but I really appreciate you all. Damon says, Bona, just leave. It's terrible, man. They're making you learn G League names, says Morty. Yep. I actually remember Huck Porty in the G League. I do. I remember Huck Porty in the G League when I was covering Blue Coats basketball. I do remember that. Yeah, I saw. I thought that TK had that goal too. I did. Anderson has done a good job in that. He has. Ever since he allowed those first 2 goals, he's been doing a much better job, I have to say. I don't like the fact that we have 13 overtime shots, and there's another one. Oh, darn it! So close. Dang it. Come on, score here. Get a good dump off. Come on, connect me. This game might go into double overtime, man. Take it as a compliment. No, that's so true, too. I'm happy that you bring that up, because you're absolutely right. People care. And the fact that they're complimenting that, you know, it does show that people do care. And I'm happy about that. You're absolutely right. That's a very good critique. And that is the way that I should look at it. You know, people love your calls and want to hear you call their favorite team. No, that's absolutely so true. You're 1,000% correct about that. I do have to look at it that way, and I do appreciate that. You know, like that obviously means so much to me. But you know, that's a very good way to look at it. Kolek's going to get the inbound pass. Kolek's going to lay it up and inside. And it's a 6:45-minute game left to go. 119-87 is the score. Carolina just scored. They're up 2-0. Are you kidding me? They walked it off. That was a heartbreaker. Are you kidding me? 119-87. Shamit over in the corner. A 3 for New York. Not that time. And Barlow gets the rebound. Who scored the walk-off goal for them? Was it Jarvis again? Who was it? I have to know. Taylor Hall figures. 119-87 with 6:12 to go. Not our night, man. That's his 3rd goal at the playoffs. That was the game for them. That series is not done yet either, though, but that was definitely one of those games where I thought that, man, they had it. Foul shot number 2 from Barlow. It's up and it's good.
Excellent.
That's too bad. Thanks, Morty. I appreciate you. Here's a 3 that's up and that's no good. That's too bad. Ladar couldn't get the glove on it. And then that just left Hall open in the slot. It's too bad. Watford outside over to Edwards for a 3. And Edwards almost got that one to fall. Wasn't able to do so, though. 5:45 to go in the fourth quarter. Here's a 3 from Kolek. This guy is like Steph Curry out there. He's just making everything. Everything in that building is just going the New York Knicks way. 122 to 88. They are making every single pivotal 3. And Edwards throws it away. I don't even know who he was looking for. But he threw it away, and it was actually deflected off of a New York Knick. Damn. Excuse me. 5:30 left to go in the fourth quarter. Edwards, first free throw. No good. 5:30 to go in the fourth quarter. Edwards for his second foul shot. He'll drain that one. And it's a 122 to 89 game. That Flyers game was a heartbreaker. They had the momentum there. And they couldn't do it. Offensive rebound for the New York Knicks. Kolek is going to pass it over towards the far corner. And now it's over at the top of the key, and that shot's up. And even Ariel Huckport, he's making threes. Or Muhammad Diawara it is. The New York Knicks, in this ball game, have made 18 threes on 34 attempts. It's 53% to 36. And that right there is the difference. That is literally the difference of this game. Plus the Sixers are getting out rebounded 31 to 14 as well. Robinson lays it up, lays it on in, or not Robinson. That's Diawara. Lays it up and on in. That's good. And we're going to have an and-one opportunity. Tyrese Maxey in this game in 27 minutes had 13 points. Joel Embiid in this game in 25 minutes had 14 points. Kelly Oubre in this game actually shot the ball well. He did. He had 12 points in 27 minutes. Paul George had 17 points in 26 minutes. And yet, didn't really have a good defensive game, in my opinion. And VJ didn't play well either. 5 for 11 he was from the field. Didn't have a good overall game. But hopefully they learn that. Hopefully they use this as fuel and make this a learning experience. Because we're going to talk about them. We are going to dissect everything that went wrong in this game. And we are going to let out some emotions. We are. We are going to let out some things. You might get a little bit of some yelling, but I don't think you are. But you might. You might. That Flyers game is so heartbreaking. The free throw is up, and it's good. It's a 38-point lead for the New York Knicks. Kolek with a floater inside. That's going to go on out of bounds. And it'll be Philadelphia 76ers ball. Well, the Timberwolves are tied 39 to 39 against the Spurs. They'll zip it down low. The two's up. It's no good. Broom over to the outside to Justin Edwards. Edwards at the left side of the wing. And we have ourselves another floater up, and that's no good. Is that a... Yeah, that's what's her name from Stranger Things. That's funny. She's in that commercial. That's really interesting. At least the Phillies had a really entertaining game. Entertaining? I don't really know if that was entertaining. PG was the hot hand at the start of the game, and we stopped feeding him. That was part of the problem, too. I'm telling you, like, we're going to break it all down, and we're going to talk about it. Imagine paying hundreds of dollars to watch in person just to watch bench players get clapped. It's a good point. I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you. But then again, this is at the Knicks arena. So most of these guys are, of course, going to be Knicks fans. You know what's crazy, though? Like, I see seats that are empty in that building. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, if that's a Sixers game, I'm not, like, trying to be biased here. But I don't think anybody's leaving that building. I mean, like, you'll have some. But there's some, like, I see some empty seats there. I do. I do. But the point is, bringing it back, you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right. Like, imagine if you paid all that money and you just see a full quarter of bench players. You're right. You're 1,000% right. 130-92 with 3:22 left to go in the fourth quarter. Is campaign still at the Sixers? Who else can we rely on when everybody but PG was shooting in the North Pole, says Joe? I like how we're still dissecting this. It's good. I'm not like making fun of anybody. I really am not. It's good. I like how we're still, thinking. But, I mean, I can look right here. I mean, I see the roster right now. Campaign is not on the roster. Not that I see. Nope. And Marjan Beauchamp is on the roster. Tyrese Martin is on the roster. Campaign is not even on the roster, chat. See it right here. Look at this. Look at the right side of the screen. You see campaign? Because I don't. Crazy. Here's a three that's up, and that shot is good. Who was that, Justin Edwards? Justin Edwards is actually making shots. 135-98 with 2 minutes left to go in this fourth quarter. All the empty seats are Sixers fans who said, screw it. Screw it, I'm out. Oh, man. 135-98, and we have a timeout taken with less than 2 minutes to go. Yeah. Tonight's postgame show is going to be very interesting, chat. I think that you'll enjoy it. I do. Because I have my own thoughts, and I have my own things that I would like to put in perspective, but I also have things that validate why people are frustrated and why you should be angry. Okay? It's going to be a combination of being reasonable, but also being angry at the same time. I'm not saying that both things can't go together, but there's things that I say, well, that happened. How much is that going to really weigh into the rest of the series? But then again, how are you getting blown out by this? What types of things should we not expect in this series? What types of things should we expect throughout the rest of the series? You know? So. Nobody's beating a team who shoots like that, but I get back to toughness. It's the key to championship teams. Come next game like you're in a back alley. Start a scrum if you have to. Uncomfortable. And that's a great way to put it. Get the monkey off your back in the next game. The Sixers, honestly, I'm going to save this for the postgame show. I am. I'm going to save this all for the postgame show. Because that's where the fun begins for me. There's times where I watch either the Phillies, the Sixers, or the Eagles get blown out. Okay? And I realize that the play-by-play call is obviously not going to be as good. But if the play-by-play call has a bad game, the post-game is where you really have to take it off. That's what I learned from radio. That's what I learned from the greats in the field. And I've had people tell me that. And I have to embrace that. I do. Because there's things that you're going to really want to hear out of my mouth that I don't think you expected during this stream. I'll leave it at that. I'll read you a couple things, though. RB. Knicks fans probably won't acknowledge this being a dirty play, but it definitely affected Joel Embiid in this game. Joel Embiid was struggling with the abdominal pain after taking a shot from Mikal Bridges while setting a screen. He stayed in the game, but something to keep an eye on. Embiid had an appendectomy less than 4 weeks ago. I am not making excuses. I'm not doing that. I'm sure that it definitely doesn't help him, but if Celtics fans are saying that Tatum didn't play in Game 7 and we said that that's no excuse, not an excuse. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that tonight. That sucks, and that really hurts, and I'm sure that it's really uncomfortable. I can't even imagine, but I'm not making excuses, because even at that point when he got hurt, they were down, and he wasn't playing well before that. So I'm not going to go there, and I'm not going to say something like that. I actually disagree with RB on that. I do. I got to call it what it is. Knicks fans won't acknowledge that being a dirty play, but it definitely affected Joel Embiid in this game. I can't go into that. 135-98 with 1:11 to go. Joe says, "Go Timberwolves. I need some Wemby's humility. What scares me is the Sixers didn't have much home court advantage till the playoffs. Might need to get some bench forwards and guard minutes." I hear you. They tried to rely on PG early on with his matchup, which didn't work out, instead of getting Maxey to the rim and causing foul trouble like he normally does. The New York Knicks are just absolutely punching the Philadelphia 76ers in the mouth. When do you ever see the Sixers taking a shot at somebody? Need to start now, says Morty. Watford is going to turn the ball over, give it over to Landry Shamet, and Shamet is fouled with 32 and a half seconds left to go. Okay. How much charge is left on this iPad? 38%. 25 seconds left to go. And the Knicks are going to dribble this one out. And we'll settle for a shot clock violation. 137-98. There's Billy Joel signed 104 most consecutive performances by any singer. Is that what it said? Is that what the banner said? Sixers will inbound it, and that is going to do it. Okay, so the 76ers get absolutely crushed in Game 1 by a score of 137-98, and are hoping to provide a better performance in Game 2. Okay. The Knicks are the first team in NBA history to win 3 straight playoff games by 25-plus points. Crazy. Unbelievable. Okay. So, here's what we're going to do. Okay. First and foremost, this was not a good game. This was not a good game for the Philadelphia 76ers. And I want to make sure that I acknowledge that. I'm not even going to give letter grades tonight because all of us are going to say it was an F. Okay, the 76ers failed. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Jalen Brunson at 35 points. He was 9 for 12 from the field, 3 for 6 from 3, and he was a monster in this game. Okay. Give me 3 minutes. Okay. When we come back, I have a couple of questions that I want to ask you, and I want you to be realistic with me. I also have something that I am very disappointed about that I don't think that you're going to expect me to be disappointed about. Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. But there is one person that I do point a big finger at for tonight's game, and this person was not a player. And I do have a lot to say about this person. Okay? Be right back. You're going to like this. Trust me. See you soon.
Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled it out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Okay. The Philadelphia 76ers got absolutely clapped tonight by the New York Knicks in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. They got punched in the mouth. They got absolutely manhandled by the New York Knicks and are down in the series 1-0. Joel Embiid and the starters didn't even suit up for the fourth quarter. And as a matter of fact, they got taken out with about at least 5.5 minutes to go in the third quarter and just could not do anything to stop this New York Knicks team. There's a couple things I want to talk about, but before I even dive into any sort of analysis or any sort of takeaways, please make sure that you hit the thumbs up button, and please make sure that you guys hit the subscribe button as well. Thank you all for all your love and for all your support. It really does mean a lot to me. But please make sure that you guys do that before I unleash on this basketball team, because there's a lot to talk about and there's a lot that I want to go over with you guys. My first question to you is, was this game an outlier? Let me rephrase that. Was this Knicks shooting performance an outlier? Was this a fluke? Was this Knicks shooting performance a fluke? That's my question for you. Was the Knicks shooting performance a fluke? I had to sort of rewire my brain. The game itself being an outlier, I'm honest. No. This was not an outlier. I don't expect the 76ers to get manhandled like this again. Maybe one more game. Like what happened in the Boston series. But I don't expect this to happen again. I don't. But the New York Knicks just have more size. They have more athleticism. Was there fatigue in tonight's game for the 76ers? I think that there was some fatigue. I think that there was some. But I'm not using that as an excuse. Because you got to show up. You have to show up. And you have to play. I've been down this road so many times with the Philadelphia 76ers. Going through the tough games, the tough series, and just the heartbreaks, okay? If we were to create a pie chart as to why the 76ers lost this game, I would say that a big chunk of the pie does not go on Joel Embiid, does not go on Paul George, does not go on VJ Edgecombe. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even go on Tyrese Maxey. This game doesn't even go on Nick Nurse. This game and this series goes on Daryl Morey and ownership. I'm going to say it again. There's a reason why that you are where you finished in the standings. There's a reason why for that. Daryl Morey and Josh Harris ducked the luxury tax and did not make the 76ers better at the deadline. Boston does not have bodies like OG Anunoby, like Mitchell Robinson, like Karl Anthony Towns. They don't have bigs like that. The Knicks do. This roster is not deep. This roster has flaws. You're relying on your starters to go out there and win you games. And as you get deeper into the playoffs, we always talk about in the playoffs for any sport, how deep is this team? How deep are the baseball teams, the basketball teams, the football teams? What types of depth do they show? Now, depth in football to me isn't as big of a factor like it is in basketball and like it is in baseball or even in hockey. Hockey depth is like the most important. I would say it's hockey, it's basketball, then it goes to baseball, and then it goes to football. Now, people might disagree with me on that, but that's where I stand because of the nature of the sports. The 76ers just do not have a deep team. They don't. I'm sorry. They do not have length. They do not have the athleticism that this Knicks team has. They don't. If you look at their bench tonight, and let's take a look at this New York Knicks bench. Okay? Robinson had 2 points and 4 rebounds in 12 minutes. Did he get into a little bit of foul trouble? Yes. Jose Alvarado in 9 minutes. 5 points for him. Okay? Jordan Clarkson may have played 14 minutes, may have had 2 points, but he was still rebounding. He did have a couple of turnovers, but they rotated very, very well. They did. Even when Jose Alvarado came in, and I know that that was during, the end of the game. Same thing with Tyler Kolek. They were making shots. They were outperforming the 76ers' depth. This roster that the Knicks have is just a better roster than Boston. They have a better roster than even the Boston Celtics. And that's the way that I look at things. And Daryl Morey did not make the 76ers better at the deadline, giving them those depth pieces. He didn't do that. He did not do that. That was his job. His job was to make the team better at the deadline and give them more bench, more depth. And instead, he ducked the luxury tax, traded away Jared McCain, and that's what happened. Didn't give them any sort of size, didn't give them any sort of athleticism, and that's on Daryl. That's on Josh Harris. And when I look at this game, I'm saying to myself, Nick Nurse has to figure out what to do with matching up on size. Now, part of the problem, too, and I'm not going to give Nick Nurse a pass here because you do have Dominic Barlow over on the bench and you do have Jabari Walker over on the bench. But when you have a Dem Bona that's just getting into foul trouble constantly, he's unplayable. He just is. We were talking about it the other game, why not try a Dem Bona for 2 minutes? I see why. I totally understand why he can't play. He's unplayable. It's clear. But we'll get back to Nick Nurse in a few seconds. But they just don't have the length. They don't. Were the Knicks shooting a ridiculous amount or making a ridiculous amount of threes? Absolutely they were. And not every game are those shots going to fall. But when you have guys that can grab offensive rebounds, when you are quicker out in transition, and when you're playing with a faster pace, then guess what? You're going to make your shots. Jalen Brunson was 3 for 6. Cat was 3 for 5. OG was 2 for 2. Michael was 3 for 5. I don't expect them to keep up that rate. But what I'm disappointed in tonight from the Philadelphia 76ers is that they didn't keep it close. The game got away from them during the second quarter. It just did. It slipped away from them in the second quarter. I thought that in the first quarter, they did fine. And then when the end of the second quarter came, it was really more so towards the middle of the second quarter up until all the way until the end. They just could not get any sort of stops. Couldn't do anything to hold them. Nope. Jalen Brunson was hitting his shots. Was he flipping his head up and down and getting foul calls? Yes. But I've come to accept that that's who Jalen Brunson is. You had a 46-35 game, and then Maxey made a layup, made it 46-37. Then Cat responds with a 3. They call timeout there. Every time the Sixers scored, the New York Knicks had a response. Cat was able to make a dunk past Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid was just not playing any sort of defense tonight, especially in that second quarter. That guy was getting cooked by Karl Anthony Towns in the second quarter. But every single time that you made a bucket and tried to go on a little bit of a run, their offense clicked. Their offense made you pay, and it took the life out of you. It just did. OG made a 2, then was fouled by VJ. Oubre made a pull-up J, and he got an and 1. And next thing you know, Jalen Brunson pulls up from 11 feet, and he makes a shot. And then Maxey hits a 2, also gets an and 1. And the next shot, guess what? Mikal Bridges makes a 3. Josh Hart was getting some offensive rebounds, was killing you on the glass. That's what Josh Hart does. That's just what Josh Hart does. But that was your game. That right there was the game. The game was over. Every time you put up a bucket, they responded. And they had the answers. They had the answers all night long. And with help from the roster construction perspective, this is where you are. And it does not help that Daryl Morey built this type of a roster and didn't get the right pieces at the deadline and ducked the luxury tax. And it goes on Josh Harris, too. They are where they are because of those guys. They just don't have enough. They don't. Now, with that being said, the Sixers were tired. I keep hearing that excuse. I'm tired. I know that that's different. I get it. But you know what, man? The bottom line is that you got to show up. They knew that this was coming. Joel Embiid even said once it strikes midnight after they beat Boston that he had to show up. and that he had to focus. He said that he had to focus on Boston. And the focus was not there tonight. He had to focus on the Knicks. The focus was not there tonight. The attention to detail was not there tonight. And it's a loser mentality to say that they were tired. I'm not making excuses for this team. The New York Knicks played a better version of basketball. Did they get more rest? Yes, but you know what? I also realize, too, that sometimes if you get more rest, staying ready is hard. It just is. Staying ready, to stay in the moment, it's not easy. It's not easy to do that. Having that mental preparation to just, keep basketball in your mind, even like when you're off for a couple of days. You don't want to come out shooting cold because guess what? This team just played, so this team should feel like that they're confident because they have their legs under them. I don't take that being tired or fatigued. I don't take that as an excuse. And I will say this too. Embiid getting elbowed right in the stomach. People are going to disagree with me on this. But people saying that was a dirty play. It honestly didn't really look dirty to me. I don't think that Michael intended to intentionally do that. I could be wrong. But with my eyes, that's not what I saw. And Embiid got hit in the stomach there. And boy, that's got to hurt. That's really got to hurt. But for those people that are saying that that's why that they lost the game, no. You lost because you got outplayed. You got pantsed by this Knicks team tonight. They made their punch. Now you got to go back out there and make your punch. See, this is what fires me up. This is what makes me mad. If we're going to complain about Boston making excuses, we can't be making excuses. I'm not taking that. No. I have to be fair. We can't be making any sort of excuses. Tyrese Maxey has to play better. This performance from Tyrese Maxey, this needs to eat up at him. They were running the ball through Paul George's hands in the first quarter, and I thought that was fine. But why were they doing that? Why were they doing that? Because guess what? The Knicks have more bigs, and they know that Tyrese Maxey is really good at driving the basketball. So if Maxey's driving, he's probably going to get a shot blocked with all the bigs that are clogging the paint. And guess what? The Knicks clogged that paint tonight. They did. They made it really tough for the 76ers to get space down low in that paint. And they pushed Joel Embiid out on the perimeter a little bit more. They put Tyrese Maxey on the perimeter a little bit more. And the Sixers got beaten that way. That's what happened. So Tyrese did not have a good game. And Tyrese and Nick Nurse are going to have to figure out ways to put him in better positions. Because he was getting owned by OG. He was getting owned by Mikal Bridges. And they rotated very well the Knicks. They played man, they played zone, and the Sixers couldn't find a way to get the ball into the hoop because of that. Now, Paul George was knocking down shots. And I was a little bit surprised that in the second quarter, he didn't take more. If Paul George has the hot hand in the first quarter, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let him keep shooting. They stopped doing that. Part of that, I do give the Knicks credit for, but part of that, Nick Nurse and Paul George have to communicate better, and Paul George has to take more shots. If he has the hot hand, keep shooting the ball. Then when he starts missing, fine. But he has to continue to take more shots. And he wasn't doing that there. But if PG keeps making his shots now, guess what? That changes the attention to detail. Because now you start to think about, do you double team Paul George? You know, does that leave Edgecombe a little bit open? You just don't know. I also have to say, too, that in the first quarter, not to make excuses here, but the Sixers did miss wide open threes. There was one three that Oubre should have knocked down from the left wing. He had all day and night to shoot, and he missed it. There was one that I saw from VJ Edgecombe that he has to make, and VJ Edgecombe did not shoot the ball well from three tonight. If Edgecombe makes a couple more threes in that first quarter, and he knocks down his shots and they're open, it's a different type of a game. I'm not telling you that the Sixers win that game, but it's a different type of a game. Nick Nurse also didn't continue the strategy in the third quarter. And the strategy, we talked about it. The strategy was to continue to make Joel Embiid get on the block and continue to foul guys like Karl Anthony Towns, like Mitchell Robinson. Put those guys into foul trouble. And the other strategy that was actually working was when he put in Justin Edwards and they kept hacking Mitchell Robinson. Why wouldn't you do that? When Robinson comes back into the game, you should hack a Mitch. You should. And he did not stay to that strategy. It was working in the second quarter when they kept fouling him. And Mike Brown was thinking to himself, well, I gotta do something a little bit different here now that they're fouling Mitchell Robinson. And then they didn't go back to that game plan. And they should have. They should have. So I got to blame Nick Nurse for that. And I got to blame Nick Nurse in regards for not putting up plays where Joel Embiid's getting low on the block again and getting him down there. And I got to blame Joel for obviously not executing the game plan in the second half. If he got elbowed in the stomach or not, guess what? He's out there on the court. He's playing. I gave him praise. I knew that he was giving it his all in his last game, and he was hobbling. I understand. But the goal, he said it himself. He said that he's on, like, that he's focusing on the New York Knicks. After Boston was done, he said he'd give himself till midnight. I've given Joel Embiid a lot of love, but I gotta be fair. I have to be fair. And I think that that's being fair. I do. I do. No excuses. You lost this game, and the Knicks outplayed you. I wanted there to be more fight. I wanted them to scratch and claw. And there were a couple of times where I'm watching the 76ers at points not jumping up for rebounds, or not at least trying to rebound the ball. I'm like watching Paul George run away from the ball as soon as the ball is thrown, and I guess he's thinking that he can't get to that rebound, but he was right there. Like, why are you running away from the ball? Go for the ball. Get the rebound. Those little things ticked me off. Those little things bothered me. So I'm a little bit torn because while I understand that New York is not going to shoot 58% or whatever it was from three like they did tonight, or shoot 65, 68% from the field, while they're not going to do that, they did make it really physically tough for you defensively. And when they played good defense, the offense became that much easier for them. And I want to see a better effort. And I feel like they can give you a better effort on Wednesday. And they should. Absolutely. BJ Edgecombe. Okay? Welcome to the NBA, VJ Edgecombe. This is what NBA playoff action looks like. When you have to guard Jalen Brunson, this is a learning experience for you. When we see you guarding OG Anunoby, there were a couple of times where he did get his hand in the cookie jar, but OG made his shots against him. This is a learning experience for VJ. And I am happy that he sort of had this, because this is what's going to help him grow. This performance tonight is going to fire him up, and it's going to make him learn. And I am actually really excited to see how he does adjust in Game 2. Because he's going to have to provide a counterpunch. And he should want to be better in Game 2. His individual performance tonight was not good. It just was not good. And that's okay. It's okay if he has a bad night. But guess what? He has to learn. He has to grow. You're never going to be perfect. And you should strive for perfection. I thought that every time that he was getting the ball, he was blitzed. Get him on a step, get him on a pump fake. When you're working around an Embiid screen, do a reverse. Go right behind him. Or just try to beat your man right over to the cup and trust that Embiid's going to make that pass right to you and just continue the drive. There was one possession that I did like that he had tonight where he missed a shot against Mitch Robinson, grabbed his own rebound, and then just laid it back up and laid it on in. That was a nice play. It tells me that he is built for this and that he's ready to, learn. But this needs to be processed more by him, and I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see, I should say, when he's looking back at the film, what types of adjustments he's going to make. Your bench tonight, let me read you these. Okay. Andre Drummond, 0 points. Quentin Grimes, 5 points in 24 minutes. Justin Edwards had 8 points in 16 minutes. But he was a -10. Those were your three guys that came off the bench when the starters were out there. Their bench guys, Miles McBride, 8 points in 16 minutes. We'll call it 5 because I think he hit 1-3 when it was garbage time. Mitchell Robinson, 2 points in 12 minutes. 4 rebounds. Jordan Clarkson had 2 points. Muhammad Diawara played all right. Ariel Huckporty was playing some minutes, and he actually was getting rebounds, and he got 2 blocks for them. And that was, one of the blocks was during non-garbage time minutes. But you're telling me that your 3 guys on your bench that you had, Justin Edwards, Andre Drummond, and Quentin Grimes, you're telling me that those guys combined had a total of 7 points. 10 points when they were together. When the starters were playing. They had 10 points. It's just inexcusable. And again, it goes back to Daryl. Because this is the roster that he signed up for that said that this is good enough to win the championship. And I'm sorry. It's just not. When you have that lack of depth, when guys on your bench are just not stepping up, you're not going to win. It makes it so much harder to win. We talk about it all the time. The Spurs have depth. The Oklahoma City Thunder have depth. Okay? The Pistons, they have depth. They have guys that can come off the bench that can make a big impact. Name me one impact player off this Sixers bench that can do something like that. I'll wait for it. Because they don't have one. If you're the Knicks tonight and you're saying to yourself, we held Joel Embiid to 14 points in 25 minutes, you'll take that. We held Tyrese Maxey to 13 points in 27 minutes, we'll take that. We held VJ Edgecombe to 12 points in 28 minutes, we'll take that. This is where we are. I think it'll be a lot closer in game 2. And we'll see what testicles this team does have. We'll see. Last thing I want to say is this. Mike Brown coached a very good game tonight. Knicks fans were telling me that they were afraid about how Mike Brown coaches. I thought he coached a very good game tonight for the New York Knicks. And I thought he outcoached Nick Nurse. Why do I say that? Because Nick Nurse did a nice job when he put in Justin Edwards to just foul Mitchell Robinson and then stop going to that game plan. Every time Mitch was out there, they didn't let him shoot free throws for whatever it was. I also thought that the rotations tonight from Nick Nurse were not good. Wasn't trying to go with physical, athletic guys when he should have. The Jabari Walkers. The Dom Barlows. Those types of players. Not letting them sniff the floor. That's not what he's going to do, I understand. But Mike Brown wasn't afraid to pull anything out of his bag. And actually drew up some really good plays. I thought that some of the execution on the X's and O's were really good. They were not just popping threes, They were spreading the ball around, and the 76ers were rotating and rotating and rotating until the ball found the open shooter. And a lot of times the Knicks made the shots. And then if they didn't, the 76ers couldn't box out, and Joel Embiid was over on the perimeter having to guard Karl Anthony Towns, so they got him away from the rim, and he couldn't get any rebounds there. So Mike Brown coached a very good game, and Nick Nurse did not. Is this a fluke, though? Is the shooting performance from the New York Knicks a fluke? I think it is. I don't think that the game itself, though, was a fluke. I think that the Sixers deserve to get manhandled tonight. Do I expect the Knicks to be putting up this level of shooting every single game? Absolutely not. Mikal Bridges balled out for them. OG Anunoby had a very good game. And Karl Anthony Towns played well. Their starters outplayed yours. And Jalen Brunson could not miss a shot. Could not miss a shot. This guy had a monster of a performance. He was really, really good. So, we'll see how game 2 goes. They have a lot of work to do. And they're down in the series 1-0. If they could steal one in game 2, that's good. If they could take 1 of 2 in New York, I think that that's completing the job. I think that that is the task. Take 1 of 2. 610-314-0844. Calling into the show. Let me know how you guys feel. I really want to hear your thoughts. And if you disagree with me on something, feel free to vocalize it. Feel free to talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk. I know that there's people that want me to be more fired up about this. I'm not delusional, though. I'm just not. I was so happy that they won Game 7. You have no idea. That was a great victory for them. And they needed that. Like, it wasn't just the fact that they won a game in the first round. Like, that's not the point. The point is that they beat Boston. And Boston, they haven't beaten them since 1982. They never won a series coming back down from 3-1. It was a great, great win. Nothing to take away from that was bad. This is a different beast, though. It's a different beast when you're going up against this New York Knicks team. And there's no excuse. Get it done on Wednesday and show up. That's where I stand. All right, let's take some phone calls. Let's also look at some messages as well. All right. I appreciate you all so much for being on here. I really, really do. Let's look at X and see if we have some things that we would like to read. RB says Sixers lost a couple of games to the Celtics the same way. They also came off a physical Game 7 series 2 nights ago. I'm not worried. Move on to the next one. And that's how they have to look at this, okay? At this moment in time. They should feel mad about the effort tonight and just the lack of effort. The Knicks wanted it more. Absolutely, the Knicks wanted it more. Absolutely. But this team needs that fire. This should fuel them. This should make them feel angry. This game itself should make them want to be better. In Max's defense, how many non-calls did he endure? He got some non-calls, and you know what, the refs, I wasn't a big fan of them tonight, but that's not the point. And I know you said this earlier, but I'm just reading it now. The point is, though, is that, guess what? If you're not going to be aggressive, you're not going to get the calls. And Maxey tonight was not aggressive. And again, I tip my cap to the New York Knicks because they really made it physically hard for him to get any sort of breathing room. This guy was being clutched up on by Cat, by Mikal Bridges, by these guys that were just covering him like a blanket. They were swarming right over towards him. And they said no to the paint. It did. Nurse needs some Danny Hurley feistiness. Can't allow the team to get blown out by 39 and just sit there and take it. Okay, let me answer this, Morty. Because, yes, you're right. Nick Nurse has to get fired up. What does he say to them in the locker room? How does he get this team juiced up? Because he has to. The problem is, first of all, when he's complaining to the referees, the way that he just moans to the refs, it is so frustrating. It is so annoying. Because he cries over every single play. Shut up, man. Shut up. So I see him getting into the ref's ear. And that part annoys me. But when Tyrese Maxey misses a layup and he goes over to the bench, yell right on into his ear. Tell him he has to be better. You know? Because he has to. Has to be better. That's something that Greg Popovich did, and he was never afraid to do that. Greg Popovich pushed buttons on his players even when he knew that they were great. Pop did that and wasn't afraid of letting that out. Eric Spoelstra even does that sometimes. That's what makes him a really good head coach. And we're not saying that they win this game if they do that. But you know what? That does shake things up. And the reason why I say that I look at this both ways is because I do think that that makes a difference. But then I also look at this roster and I say to myself, once again, Joe, like, where's the depth? Where is the depth on this team? Where is it? We're going to take our first phone call. 267. Can you tell me where the depth is on this team?
There was none. There was not going to be any tonight because that was a tired, broke down basketball team, and you got a tired, broke down coach trying to coach that basketball team. Look, here's the whole game in a nutshell. All you had to do was look at the starting five for the second half after they're only down 24 points. That was enough. It was enough being down 24. But he starts the same five in the second half. You don't do that. You don't do that. They were tired, JJ. That was a rough series against Boston. And the league, They barely had more than 24 to 36 hours to rest, and then you got to travel and go to New York and play the Knicks, who've been resting for 2.5, almost 3 days. And when hey, look, you remember what? Let me switch the sport for a second. When Lombardi was the coach of Green Bay, and they were getting manhandled by the running back from the Denver Broncos, he called a timeout. He took all the starting lineup out, and he walked up and down that bench, and he said, "Who want to play some football in here? I need somebody to stop that man right there."
True.
They were getting manhandled by Brunson.
They were.
He tried Grimes on him. He got killed. Maxey couldn't switch off and stick him. CJ couldn't do nothing with him. Paul George couldn't do nothing with him.
Me.
So who's somebody on your bench that's got length and that's fast that can keep up with him?
Yeah.
That's who you put on him. He didn't try that once. And I don't know if you saw this or not, JJ, but Joel Embiid was bending over, grabbing his stomach, man, because I believe that appendix was bothering him, man.
I saw it.
And he still had him in the game. And then Carl Anthony, but Embiid got to stop switching off and trying to help the guards do their job. Let them do their job, man. You stay to the pivot. They scored 3 or 4 times on that because when he switched off trying to help somebody else, then he got burned in the pit. He shouldn't have been in there in that second half, JJ.
My only thing though is my only thing though is about that point. Like, he's a competitor, and like he was doing this before in the Boston series. Don't you think that he wants to be out there? And don't you think that they're still better with him out there compared to Andre Drummond? That's my question to you.
Well, here's the thing. How many formidable centers does New York have?
2.
Basically 2, right?
2.
Okay. Did you see when Joel Embiid had 3 fouls on the one guy, and he had 2 fouls on he had both their centers in foul trouble.
Yes.
What did Brown do? He took both of them out, and he put the ball. I've never even seen this guy play for New York before. He put him in at center because he's fresh. He's 7'3".
Yep.
And he went to work.
Yep.
We're not going to do anything with New York with Nick Nurse. I'm going to tell you right now, man. He didn't use his bench until they were almost 40 points down.
That's right. Knicks in 6. I've been saying that all along, and I'm gonna stick with it. There's people that are mad at me for not sounding more optimistic, for me not sounding like waving the pom poms or like whatever. But I gotta keep it a buck. I have to be realistic. Like, the Knicks just have a better unit. They just do. But again, I say this again, surprised me, because a lot of us were shocked that they beat Boston. I can't rule it out that they could do this again, but I'm not shocked that they got blown out tonight.
I'm not shocked either. But what will he do in the next game? What will he do?
I don't know.
This was a game for him. This was, after getting beat like this was an experimental game.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Did you see him use his centers like Brown was using his?
I didn't see him using the centers like that, but I also, like, even when I saw Dembona come on in, to be fair, like, I can see why he's unplayable, because that dude was fouling left and right, and it was so annoying. Yeah. He had more fouls than points. Like, that's bad. And again, like, to me, it comes back to Daryl Morey in that perspective, because what did Daryl Morey do to make this team better? He didn't do anything.
No.
He didn't do anything. And that's why, like, when I look at this game tonight, like, as much as I, like, want to blame Nick Nurse, and of course, like, he deserves some of the blame, and the players should be feeling bad. But I look at this roster. Yeah. I look at the way that this team is constructed, and I'm like, the Knicks just have more length. They got more rebounds this year. They have way more size. I don't think that they're going to shoot this, like, this great come the rest of the series, because 51% from three, you really have to be shooting the ball well. And, like, I don't really think that that's sustainable. But what is sustainable is the bodies. What is sustainable is 6'9" guys. Like, when you have at least 6 or 7 on your roster, Boston didn't have that.
Right. Anunoby was killing them.
It was.
And they killed them in the offensive boards, second chance points.
Yes, they did. Absolutely, they did.
How many times I saw what's his name? And that Hart, man, for 6'4", man, he plays position basketball, man, because he's looking at where that ball's going to come to.
Yes, he did.
And he's there. And the Sixers was standing there watching him. Then he dished it right back to Brunson for the second chance. Boom.
Yep.
They was killing him. They was killing him, JJ.
I hear you, man.
They don't play again tomorrow, do they?
Nope. Nope. They play Wednesday.
Oh,
Wednesday's the next one.
Another whole 24 hours before we go back to work.
I know. All right, 267. I appreciate you for calling on in. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you.
JJ, my heart is hurting for the Flyers, man, because I did not know they was up 2-0 and they lost in overtime. They were up 2-0.
That was a heartbreaker. That I'm sad about. Like that, I'm sad. I'm definitely sad about that.
Oh man, my heart is heavy about that, man.
Yeah. Me too.
All right, JJ. I hope we can do better, man. But I got no confidence in Nick Nurse, man.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. All right. Have a good night.
All right, buddy. You as well.
Shout out to 267. Nick Nurse on bouncing back. Ready for this one, chat? I know that wasn't any fun. It wasn't any fun to sit there, to be a part of, to be honest, and watch. But it's 0-1. It doesn't really matter if it's 6 points or 36 or whatever the hell it was. It's 0-1. You got to wash that one away and get back. And see, this is where I get mad. Because the head coach should be upset. When he came out, like, in the first game after they lost, he said we have to get back on track. He said that we have to be able to do better. That was essentially his message. This one to me, and maybe I'm misreading it. Nick Nurse on bouncing back. I know that this wasn't any fun, and it wasn't any fun to sit there, to be a part of, to be honest, and watch, but it's 0-1. It doesn't really matter if it's 6 points or 36 points or whatever it was. That to me does matter. And I'm gonna disagree with him here. It does matter to me, at least in my opinion, because we want to see fights. We can't get behind a product where you don't show any heart or when you look tired. You're making that to me is making an excuse. Disagree with me or not, that's how I feel. Excuses. You lost the game. And if you lose by 36, or if you lose by 6 points, yes, you lost the game, but guess what? You got manhandled. You got broken apart. That should make you feel bad. That should make you feel like, dang, I got to be better. I say to myself, as somebody that looks at this team and that covers them and is a fan at the same time, yes, this is one game. Like, I feel like that the fans and the media members are allowed to look at it that way. If you're in this, okay, if I was a player and I was in this, I'm not feeling happy at all. I'm letting this game eat me alive, and I'm saying to myself, why did we lose by 36? Why did we get blown out by this team? And what can we do to even make it a more competitive game? Because you couldn't even do that. They played an emotional Game 7. Yes, they did. But you got to turn the page. You got to turn the page. Wish I could stay on, but I got to sleep. Night. Thank you so much for tuning on in. Of course, there's fatigue. One day rest after a 7-game series. I hear you. I hear you. If you guys want to call on into the show, you most certainly can. 610-314-0844. We'll read some more messages. Boston didn't have much depth halfway through the series either. But yes, these teams that make it to the finals usually have at least 3 good bench players. So by that, I see Spurs and Knicks. Okay. Even the Thunder. The Thunder still have depth. They do. That's what I'm saying. We need to shoot 65% and 50% from 3 to just make up for the difference on rebounds and hustle. I don't know, man. They are going to have to shoot the ball better. The shots are going to have to fall. But if that's what you're relying on, that's a loser mentality to me. Because you're not going to shoot like that every single night. But you got to show heart. You have to show fight. And you have to be willing to put the ball through the hoop and be able to drive it. There has to be a counterpunch, and there wasn't one. I love you all very, very much. He has to stagger substitutions given his roster. Have to leave a scorer out there. Stagger Joel, Maxey, and George. At least one has to be out there to score the ball. I forgot all about Grimes. That's when you pull starters early and see how bad they want to be out there. You're right. That's another really good point. Sometimes, when you're a head coach, yes, there's only so much that you can do. But even as a head coach, you have to be willing to press buttons. And you say to yourself, well, maybe if I press this button, maybe this will kick things into gear. And pulling the starters maybe in the second quarter when they're not going on that run, maybe that changes things. I don't know. I'm not saying taking all your starters out, but you stagger it a little bit differently. I'm not angry about this loss. In totality, I'm not angry about this loss. I will tell you, though, that from Nick Nurse's perspective, he should be mad. He should feel bothered. And again, maybe I mislooked into that quote. But that's how I look at it. That's where I stand. The Sixers lose by 39. The Knicks shot 63% from the field. Remember, the Sixers lost by 32 in Boston in Game 1 and came back to win the series. Not making any excuses for the Sixers, says Bill Colarulo, but they looked like a team with a bunch of guys who just played 40 minutes on Saturday, playing a team who hasn't played since Thursday. Defense is non-existent compared to how well they played in games 5, 6, and 7. Ugly game 1, but it's only one game. We'll see how they bounce back in game 2. We'll see how they bounce back, man. Attitude reflects leadership. Joe says, I thought when he had the opportunity, he did almost as much as he could. But when that happened, all 4 others just stood there in a locked position, just like when you make your own shots. You need to make your own opportunities to get the ball, not just per height and wait for the pass. I hear you, man. They were, I was listening to somebody during the series pregame show on Knicks Film School, and I can't remember who it was, and I feel so bad. But he covers the 76ers. And he said that Kelly Oubre in that series, in that Game 7 specifically, was tough as nails. He was nails. There were no nails tonight. Kelly Oubre Jr. led your team in rebounds with 5. He had 5 rebounds. He was your leader. And your assist leader was not Tyrese Maxey. It was not Paul George. Your assist leader was Quentin Grimes, and he had 4. 4 assists. How are you going to win games when your assist leader has 4? Your top assist guy has 4. You're not going to win those games. Last thing that I will read to you, and I also want to make sure that there's probably going to be some quotes that we'll hear from the big fella that I would like to know as well. No nails, just flat tires. That's exactly right. The 76ers conceded 25 points off of the turnovers that they had. The Knicks in the fast break tonight, 16 points, hustle. Hustle, hustle, hustle. They scored 58 points in the paint, hustle. They were shooting 51% from 3. And guess what? I don't know what the percentage was, but a lot of them were wide open looks, and that was because of hustle. You got out-hustled tonight by the New York Knicks. 34 assists compared to 15. I don't care what it was, you didn't show up tonight. And if we're going to, be tough on Tatum and say, or if Boston fans are going to be tough on Tatum and give that an excuse, like, we can't be making excuses. We said that was not an excuse. There's no excuse. There's none. People are going to say, well, they played a really tough game on Saturday night. Yes, they did. But they knew that the schedule was for Monday. And it wasn't like, chat. The other thing, too, is this. It's not like that you had to fly back from the West Coast to the East Coast. You know how far New York is from Boston? You could drive there. Like I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. Let me know if you agree with me or disagree on that. You had a game. It's game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. You knew who you were going to play. And you weren't prepared. You were unprepared tonight. All right, with that, I think that's going to wrap it up for me. Unless I see any more quotes. And do I see any more quotes? I do not. I will double check one more time. I don't see anything from Embiid. Agreed. Took all of 30 minutes of a flight. That's it. That's it. I don't understand, like, what is with these excuses. I don't. And then Embiid getting elbowed in the stomach. That to me, I didn't see it as a dirty play. I didn't see it as that. Maybe other people did, and maybe I have to go back and watch the replay. But to me, like, Embiid played. And he's gonna have to deal with that. It is what it is. It's not comfortable, and I understand, but he has to suck it up. So, all right. Love you all. Lila Tove. We'll be on tomorrow. The schedule for tomorrow is this. Okay, so we got the Philadelphia Phillies playing tomorrow night. We'll be back on for our next Phillies game. Then we got Diamond Zone around 10:30. And then Wednesday we're back on for this Sixers game. We got a baseball game in the afternoon. Phillies are on at night, so we won't be able to do that. And, yeah. I will catch you all on the next one. See you tomorrow, JJ. Keep it honest and keep rocking. It's what I got to do, man. That's exactly what I got to do. I love you guys, though, very, very much. Lila Tove, and good night.